Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Good morning. HEHSC. So good morning, everyone. For those Chino thing, all the audio and everything tech-wise, it's all confirmed and situated. Yat finish at Kahasi. For those Health and Education Service Committee, special meeting March 21st, 2023, ending at 8:05 a.m. Order here at 10:13 a.m. And moving on to the next item, which will be roll call. Legislative Advisor, Ms. Benali.
Can you hear me? Okay, this is roll call for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, special meeting, March 21st, 2023. Delegate Helena Nesbigay. Okay, thank you, Delegate Nesbigay. Delegate Vince James. Thank you.
Present.
Thank you. Delegate Dr. Andy Nez. Delegate Dr. Andy Nez. Delegate Jermaine Simonson. Thank you, Delegate Simonson. Delegate George Tove. Delegate George Tove. Delegate Curtis Yanito. Delegate Curtis Yanito. Thank you, Delegate Yanito. Mr. Chair, you have 4 members answering roll call. We have Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, roll call, who is present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 members present. That constitutes a quorum.
Yeah, Donna, thank you, Legislative Advisor, for that roll call. With that, we do have 5 members present, so moving on to invocation. With that, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, can you do the invocation for us?
Oh, yeah. Chair James, Otto, Godol, my 25th colleagues who are on the call, as well as here in the chambers, as well as my co-colleagues here on the 25th HEHSC committee. Otto, so Yahido, our staff, everyone present, Yatebendo, Jonon, Zaz. We have some really great moisture working up to and making the drive in. So again, just wishing all of our folks out there, our relatives, safe travels, and just to be very mindful of these types of conditions. Ako aro di sodisen e arti sobe ante shikto hinan tanti likto lech. Kudo hojondo lech himanastan ya del hilmi at khashte ya shte wache indira kunde lihma asana gledo alkaistan himan leki kunde e ya di na kijinda an shon ne yol khalti men biye hala e ya di kudo beshmat santa leki kunde Health Education Human Services Committee
Kiahat Chiyat, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance, Kodotso Renegi Behenzi, thank you for the invocation. With that, moving on to announcements. Are there any announcements? Committee members, Nokleniki. If there's no announcements, going once, going twice, moving on. Item number 2, recognition, guests, and visiting the official Ekpaigiban Nahaljishiko. Committee members, do you have any recognitions or guests? Going once, going twice, 3 times, there's none. Moving on to item number 4, review and adopt the journal, March 8th, regular meeting. With that, I believe this was emailed out to us as committee members. Health, Education, Human Service Committee. Committee members? Committee members, do we have a motion to accept the March 8th regular meeting?
I motion to accept the minutes in the journal. Is that what gets the case?
Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, moving on, moving back, hold on. Review and adopt the agenda. I skipped that part. Review and adopt the agenda, Ms. Benali?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, 25th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting, March 21st, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding the Honorable Vince R. James, Chairperson, the Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Vice Chairperson, places in Navajo Nation Council chambers via telecommunications, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. March 8, 2023, regular meeting. 5, receiving report discussions. A is a report by the Navajo Area Bureau of Indian Education regarding staffing with the Navajo Area BIE Human Resources staff transfers and assignments to the exterior of the Navajo Area region by reassignment and or detailed Navajo Area school employees. Also utilizing Navajo Area BIE budget for reassignments and or detail employees outside the Navajo area. The presenters are Ms. Emily Arvizo, also Dr. Eddie Morris, and Dr. Walter Coulter. B, cumulative report, Navajo Head Start, Navajo Nation. District 1, Shiprock, District 2, Crown Point, District 3, Winter Rock, District 4, Chinle, District 5, Chinle/Tuba City. Presenter, Roy Tracy, Assistant Superintendent of Head Start, delegated, and Claudia Edgewater, Deputy Superintendent, delegated. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, none. 8, close the meeting, adjournment. Announcements and adjournment. Next meeting is a regular meeting for Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, thank you for that, Legislative Advisor, for reading the agenda that is before us. Committee members, do we have a motion? Motion made by the Vice Chair Don Simonson, second made by Honorable Toth. With that, are there any questions, corrections, deletions in regards to the agenda? Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
Oh, thank you. Chair James, just for the record, it's Dr. Edie Morris. Also, Dr. Walter Coulter is no longer with BIE, and I believe the correct title as well for Miss Claudia Edgewater is Assistant Superintendent, unless that's changed to Deputy Superintendent. And the overall superintendent is Dr. Harold Begay. Thank you.
Again, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance, going back to presenters, Mr. Roy Tracy is Assistant Superintendent of Head Start, delegated, and then Claudia Edgewater is Superintendent of School. Is that what you're saying? Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, under your last statement regarding, Ms. Claudia Edgewater, you asked us to delete deputy.
Well, I don't, it's assistant superintendent delegated, right? Is that your correct title? You keep pointing at an individual, I'm unsure who you're pointing at. Okay. Okay. My correction here is just on the title. So as opposed to deputy second superintendent, it's assistant superintendent delegated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. So with that, there is a request from Honorable Dr. Andy Nez to delete under the number 5, receiver report discussion, under A, which is to delete Dr. Walter Coulter because he's no longer with the program. And then under, again, item number 5, receiving report and discussion, B, under presenters, Claudia Edgewater as assistant superintendent delegated. So that is the correction that is being made to the agenda. Legislative Advisor, Ms. Benali.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. That's correct. I did receive an email from Ms. Arvizo indicating that Dr. Walter Coulter is no longer with BIE. Also, that in his place would be Dr. John McIntosh, Dr. Leo Johnson, and Dr. Rena Yazzie are the education program administrators for BIE. So that was the information that she had. And also that she did indicate also in addition to that, through a different email, is that her team is in Albuquerque. We'll be traveling to a meeting in Albuquerque tomorrow, and she's requesting to reschedule this to next week. That's what her email states. And also from the Department of Diné Education, I did receive a request to delete Ms. Claudia Edgewater, Assistant Superintendent Delegated, and place Dr. Harold Begay, Superintendent of Doty. Mr. Chair.
Okay, here had Ms. Benali, thank you for that information. So are you requesting to the committee members to delete BIE's report?
If the committee chooses to, although Ms. Emily Arvizo did not indicate that she's not, I mean, she didn't say she's not available.
Okay, so I'll leave it up to the committee members then. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Great, thank you, Chair. So I know in your reading, Shema, Ms. Angelita Benali, you've listed a number of presenters, and it would be great, I think, to hear from at least one. I'm assuming at least one of them is available. She did indicate that Ms. Arvizo did not indicate she was unavailable. If we can hear some updates from BIE, if we defer it to another time, this will be our second time deferring it. So we would have to wait again to hear from BIE. And next week is April. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. So the request is to leave the item on the agenda. And then the request of Ms. Benali is to committee members, motioning parties, Noklinigi, Vice Chair Simonson, and Honorable Toth. The request of our legislative advisor is to make a correction under item number 5, reports, under B, regarding the presenter, to delete Claudia Edgewater, Assistant Superintendent, and to replace that with Dr. Harold Begay, Superintendent. That's the request motioning party, Noklinigi, Vice Chair Simonson, and then Honorable Toth. Is that okay with you? Is that all right with you? Are you good with that, Vice Chair Simonson? Okay, Honorable Toth, you're good with that? With that, we do have those corrections made on our agenda. Are there any other corrections, deletions, amendments to our current agenda, committee members? If there is none, going once. If there's no correction, deletions, or add-ons to the agenda, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. We have a motion made by Vice Chair Simonson, second by Honorable Toth to review and adopt the agenda. With that, roll call. Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Toth. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito. With that, okay, thank you, Honorable Yanito. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we do have an agenda before us for today's special meeting, March 21st. With that, moving on to item number 4, review and adopt the journal, which is one item, March 8th, 2023, regular meeting. Committee members, HEHSC committee members, we can do this 2 ways, and that is by accepting with the journal as written, or we can have it read into the record. Committee members, committee members? Honorable Toth?
Thank you, Chair and members of HEHSC committee, also visitors. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve as is. Thank you.
I had Honorable Toth for that. Honorable Toth makes a motion to accept the meeting minutes of the journals of March 8, 2023. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Committee members?
I'll second, Duncan and
Thank you for that. So with that, are there any questions regarding our journal for March 8th, 2023 regular meeting? Going once, going twice, 3 times. There is no questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and call for the roll call. With that, roll call vote. Honorable Nesbigay. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Toth.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Yanito. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, we do adopt our March 8th regular meeting. Moving on to the next item, number 5, review and report and discussion. Report from Navajo Area Bureau of Indian Education, staffing, and Navajo Area BIE Human Resource staff, and presenters are BIE Navajo Area. Ms. Emily Arvizo, are you on the line? Ms. Emily Arvizo, or Dr. Ed Morse, or Dr. John McIntosh? Anybody, staff from Bureau of Indian Education, Navajo Area? Star 6 to unmute. Navajo Area Bureau of Indian Education staff, anyone on the line? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We don't have a representative from Navajo Area Bureau of Indian Education. Really quick question to our legal counsel. Ms. Lowe, earlier the Honorable Dr. Andy Nez stated that this is the second request that we're trying to have BIA report to Health, Education, Human Service Committee. How many times and how many request do we have to make in order to do a subpoena on the Navajo Area Bureau of Indian Education staff to come present to the HEHSC committee? Ms. Lowe?
Chair, there's no set time. Chair, there's no set time, number of times that we have to request their presence. What I would want to know before we drop the subpoena would be to, if they responded to any email inquiries, if they proposed an alternate date or something like that. And then I also have to figure out how to serve them with the subpoena.
Okay. Thank you very much, legal counsel, Ms. Lowe, for that information. We'll go ahead and work on it, Ms. Denali, and myself, and yourself as our legal counsel. So we'll address it more later on or after the meeting or during the meeting. Honorable Dr. Endinez?
Yes, thank you. And just for the record, I think the first time with BIA was on HES, that there were several members unable to make it, so then it was deferred. So this would be the second in terms of those scenarios. So I just wanted to make that clarification for the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Dr. Endinez. With that, we'll go ahead and move forward on to the next item under item number 5, receive report and discussion. Before I get to that item, those callers that are on the line, can you please mute your phones? Can you please mute your phones? If not, staff, any interruptions, you can go ahead and delete the caller, and then they can call back in. Other than that, just delete them. You don't need to worry about putting them on mute. Just delete them and get them off the line. We've been doing this for over a year, couple years now, regarding to mute your phone and so forth when you're in a meeting. So with that, I'd like to make that request. Moving on to item number 5, B, which is the report from Navajo Head Start, Navajo Nation, District 1, Shiprock, District 2, Crown Point, District 3, Window Rock, District 4, Chinle, District 5, Kayenta, and Tubai City. Presenter are Mr. Roy Tracy, Assistant Superintendent of Head Start, Delegated, and Mr. Dr. Harold Begay, Superintendent of School Department of District Education. I believe we do have the presenters here in the chambers. So with that, Mr. Tracy and Dr. Begay, the floor is yours. You can go ahead and come up and provide the information here on behalf of Navajo Head Start for District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I do not know if we have documents that were emailed or if there's a packet that's readily available for the HEHSC committee members. If not, maybe they do have it. Yeah, go ahead, come up here. Or maybe they have the packet. Usually the program are supposed to put the packets in place for the committee members. That's just how the process usually goes. So unless the report was emailed to us, I have no idea. So with that, Mr. Tracy, I believe you are aware of the time frame of presenting. You do have 20 minutes to present, and then if you need additional time, we'll request the committee members if there's a consensus, and then we'll give you additional time to present. Other than that, once your time is exhausted, we'll go ahead and ask for a motion in a second, and then I'll go call on my committee members regarding questions and comments in regards to the reports of Navajo Head Start for District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So with that, Mr. Tracy, you have the floor. Okay. All right. All right. So with that, you may begin, Mr. Tracy. Your 20 minutes begins now.
Yeah. Chair, Honorable Delegate Vincent James, thank you. And also good morning, Yate Bennett, to the 25th Nomination Council Health, Education, Human Services Committee members, honorable delegates. Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to have staff pass out our reports here. If staff would please pass out those hard copies. Okay. Navajo Head Start, we were a little unsure of the type of report that was being requested. We heard about a Tonalia complaint, which seemed at the moment was to be over here. Can you give it to Delegate Tolf, Delegate Nez? So that was the last time we heard, Chair. And then we need an extra one for council. Okay, so we produced a report instead of a facility or to address the complaint. We produced a comprehensive report. And so this report is a comprehensive overview of the current Head Start operations for 2023. We are in a 5-year grant period, and we are operating in our 3rd year. We just started our 3rd year March 1st of 2023, and so we are going to, as quickly as we can, try to go through this report, and hopefully it answers some questions and also updates you on the operations of Head Start. I also have my staff here, the 3 directors. If they would please stand. Dr. Rolinda Benali, she is the Director of Education Services. Tema Nez, she is the Director of Administration. And then we have Renee Marinito, she is the Director of Finance. I also have our IT guru here, Fernando Saraceno. And then our Senior Projects Specialist, Program Specialist, Victoria Lee. Okay, so with the report, in a quick overview, as you know, the Navajo Nation Head Start program is a super grantee within the federal program of Office of Head Start, operates under the Administration for Children and Families, and receives funding through ACF and Health Human Services, HHS, through the federal government. We operate on this 27,000 square mile reservation as big as West Virginia. Head Start's an old program. It goes all the way back to 1965, the Office of Navajo Economic Opportunity, ONEO, at that time. And back in the 30s, we had 24 council delegates representing 110 chapters, and they approved this grant back at that time to really start thinking about how to combat poverty. So Head Start's really based with its beginnings back in '65, and the idea for this program was to combat community and social poverty. And that was to really empower parents and provide quality education to Head Start students between 3 or 4 to 5 at that time. Today, Head Start operates on a early Head Start and Head Start program. So early Head Start is 0 to 3, or prenatal to 3. Head Start then takes over at 4 and 5. We are a flexible program designed to address expectant mothers, fathers, and children. We're focused on readiness, learning objectives as a primary focus, transitioning the child from the home, the nucleus of the family, the home, into a classroom, and then introducing them into a much larger role within the framework of classroom settings where there are more than 10 students or so. In compliance with the Head Start performance standards, we operate under that. And that is one of the key performance standards that we follow. It is quite lengthy, 13 CFR, okay? And we operate under 45 CFR, and that is sections 1300. And that's quite a lengthy standard. So if you ever have questions or how Head Start is supposed to incorporate requirements, we have what we call these Head Start performance standards. Now, if you're looking through your binder, you're going to see the introduction, and I'm going to go straight to the methodology. Currently, what Head Start has been doing coming off the post-pandemic, I guess post-COVID outbreak, the past 2 years. In 2022, I'm at the methodology section, okay? In 2022, NHS Community Assessment serves providing an annual update on our 2020 Comprehensive Community Assessment Report. So for the past 2 years, that community assessment was not done. We updated that. And we also recognized at that time that the impact of the COVID pandemic was pretty heavy on us. And so through the protocols and guidelines of the Navajo Nation, we had to follow local Navajo Department of Health measures, and that included staying safe at home, et cetera, that the previous administration released through the Department of Health and the Navajo Nation's executive order. So during this time, there were a lot of negative effects that impacted Navajo. And that included just not only the public schools, but also the grant schools, and then also the Head Start programs. And so through that, we have so through that, we've had a number of issues we've had to address coming back into operations in 2021. And my tenure took place, I was appointed by the then Superintendent Patricia Ghani, also endorsed by the board, and then positioned into Head Start. Head Start at the time did not have a standing delegation for an assistant superintendent, so I was placed there. So quickly, Navajo Head Start, through that overview, we've dealt with some issues with the pandemic, and we're coming out of the pandemic now, and we're trying to push forward in recruiting, meeting enrollment goals, and some of our key objectives. So at the bottom here, you'll see goal 1. One of the key areas, overall goals, is leadership and governance, goal 1. And that's really dependent upon local parent committees. At this time, we're having a difficult time trying to get parents involved, bring them back into the classroom, get them involved with their child's education, okay? And so that's goal 1, leadership and governance. We also have a Head Start Policy Council. The LPC at the local level represents the classroom, and from there, the LPC members can be elected to the Head Start Policy Council. They operate in a very similar fashion to the Navajo Nation Education Board of Education. Measurable objective 1 is that NHS will implement and operate a model that defines the mechanisms and interaction points to enable the Parent Policy Council to exist. You'll see objective 1, objective 2, objective 3. From that point, you know, we try to provide the governing board will receive monthly reports, and we also share management issues with them, and we give them a chance to make some serious decisions about how Head Start funding and Head Start operations will be rolled out. This includes the levels of roles, responsibilities, reporting lines, and communication. And also builds governance and leadership within the operations that we get Head Start parents to own their child's education. Objective 3 is really centered around NHS administration and our finance team, working closely with the policymakers and to understand and how to serve the needs of those Head Start children and families including staff and communities. So through these first Goal 1, leadership and governments, we have 3 objectives. Some of these accomplishments is this developing a 4-tier governance structure. That includes the governing body, Policy Council Oversight Committee, which is the Health, Human Services, Education Committee, and management staff. Here's one citation, 45 CFR 1301. NHS must establish and maintain a formal structure for program governance. So that's a constant view that our program takes note of. We send staff nationally abroad to receive training in governance and also operational measures and some of the best practices that exist today with Head Start, Office of Head Start, and the technical center that they contract with. And so through this, we have, we try to support the governing body, and then we also give them a chance to look at and perform management responsibilities on day-to-day operations. So there's a lot of involvement with parents. We are currently recruiting members for the Policy Council and the LPC at the local level, so we encourage you, honorable delegates, if you would encourage your constituents to take part in the Head Start program and even endorse our program by having your constituents enroll in the Head Start program. That would be much appreciated. Goal 2, organizational leadership. And in this process, we try to be visionary. In 2025, all NHS staff will participate in a shared decision-making process relative to Diné philosophy of learning and leadership. However they're going to learn about this process is important, and so that we built that into the program. We also said we wanted to build a vertical and horizontal structured leadership, and then enhance and create a professional work environment and the culture as well. And so it's really important that we incorporate methods and ideals and philosophy of our Navajo culture. And we built those out in measurables 1, 2, okay? And just for time, I'm gonna just point you to the key areas where you can read when you have time. Organizational leadership, measurables 1 and 2, and you'll see accomplishments there as well, okay? Goal 3, educational services. Part of this key focus right here is really comprehensive, high-quality educational services to all those children, 0 to 5, including prenatal, okay, and expecting mothers. And so this is very important. The domains of this is language and literacy development, cognitive and general knowledge, approaches to learning, physical well-being and motor development, social emotional development. And so these are some very detailed works that we provide services for. And so we pull them out and we put them into this, what we call a school readiness objective. All these objectives are shared with our Office of Head Start, our federal projects specialists, our technical center at the national level. And so these are also built into the grant plan. And this is what the grant in its entirety makes its way through the 164. So I just want to bring that to a major point here. So we have school readiness goal 1, design that physical classroom environment that supports school readiness, for example. And we have accomplishments listed there. School readiness 2 objective of that is implement an age-appropriate Navajo language immersion culture, curriculum, assessment and learning environment, okay? And you'll see the accomplishments at the bottom there. School readiness, objective 3 again, designing practice-based coaching system that supports teacher developments. You'll see the accomplishments listed there. School readiness, objective 4, increasing marketing strategies. Now this is a campaign we have to brand Head Start and make it public so that it becomes well known across the Navajo Nation, including the states and at the federal level. And so this is to create those marketing strategies, community outreach, and to maintain funded enrollment. We also want to look at addressing the 10% disabilities enrollment. And the past 2 years, we've had waivers, okay? We've had waivers the past 2 years for this 10% requirement in disabilities. This year, there are no waivers. And then school readiness, objective 5, we want to strengthen our enrollment recruiting section, which is strengthen the HEHSC system. We have school readiness 6, improving student attendance by ensuring average daily attendance is kept above 85%. School readiness 7, we're strengthening the family and continuing our partnerships. School readiness objective 8, we're going to strengthen our family engagement. And then we also have objective 9, enhance family expected outcomes. And so you'll see that when you go through the Head Start performance standards, you'll see key words of these items listed in there, and that's where Head Start has to abide and follow and build these programs out for our clients. Objective 10 is designing and implementing a monitoring system for data strategy, decision-making, collecting, storing, managing, and sharing. And so this piece here fits into DOTI's IT program, which is advocating for broadband initiative and then also warehouse development, building a strong secular infrastructure for information technology. So goal 4 is administrative services. Again, you'll see, just for time's sake, I'm just going to go through the objectives. Objective 1, health and nutrition, is a real focus. Objective 2 is information technology. We do spend money on infrastructure as well, but we're limited to a certain amount, okay? I want all the honorable delegates to understand that. So objective 2, information technology. Objective 3, facilities and maintenance. Head Start services is not free. I remind our constituents in the field that Head Start costs a lot of money. And it's up to the community, or chapters in this case, to provide Head Start facilities. Head Start's not in the business of facilities. And so we are constantly told by the Office of Head Start and then through ACF. So we try to work with HHS on facility issues, and that's one of the key issues I want to bring up later in this report. Objective 4, we have fleet and transportation. Okay, so we have buses, we have tribal fleet that's available at all district levels, districts 1 through 5, and we monitor those closely. We work with facilities, maintenance in some cases. Head Start contracts currently with the Navajo Nation Shopping Center, just because there's hardly any office space in Window Rock, so we have to rent from the Navajo Nation Shopping Center, and that's an issue at the point. And so, in part of my case statement is really advocating for Head Start to get an administration building. Before that, I'd like to see more Head Start centers developed in the chapter locations. Goal 5, we have a human resource section. And you'll see those measurable objectives inside that as well too. So if you go, maybe, let's see here. You'll see educational services. And if you turn that page, you'll see the Head Start enrollment report. So this is the type of information that we share with our policy council. We produce these monthly reports, and then we present them to the policy council. And so we try to inform the parents and have them take ownership of their governance and how the program should roll out. This enrollment report is updated monthly. And actually, it's done probably periodically every 2 weeks or so. And so it's just to monitor. You'll see how many districts we have in District 1, how many districts, offices or Head Start centers are in District 2, District 3, District 4, District 5, okay? Just for mind's sake, we are a $24.3 million program this past year. We are funded for 1,350 children. 35 of those are early Head Start. and the rest are Head Start at 1313. And so this year, our notice of award, NOA, from the federal government, Office of Head Start, ACF, HHS, we have a budget of 22.3 million, right, Renee? 22.3 million. So some people will say, did we get a budget cut? Yeah, we did, but I think last year was ARPA, was that? Yeah. So that's excluding ARPA funds, okay? You'll see the next page over on top, you'll see curricula topics introduced. This just gives you the idea of school readiness.
Thank you for that, Ms. Thompson. Although Mr. Tracy, thank you for the information up to this far. If I do have a consensus of the committee members, I can go ahead and give you additional 10 minutes to finish out your report. I don't see any opposition from my committee members. With that, we'll go ahead and give you additional 10 minutes. Mr. Tracy, the floor is yours.
And so this is a very comprehensive report. And so I'm going to go zip right through this real quick, and I'll give you a chance. I really would request that the HEHSC have a separate workshop just with Head Start. Give us your time for about 4 hours, and we can give you a proper orientation and thorough look into this program. So as you go through the packet, you'll see information that, for example, following page, number 5, school year 22-23, there's a calendar. Head Start operates in a durational and seasonal program. Durational is year-round. Seasonal operates at 9 months, okay? So you'll see calendars in there. You'll also see administrative services, okay? There's a whole listing here of position titles. You'll see the count. This is our daily operations and services. We are facing a crisis that we only have about 230, 240 people employed at the moment. We are budgeted for 315, okay? You'll see financial services on the following page. You'll see the overall summary of the budget, and we can break that down for you further on a much larger scale if necessary. The following page, number 2, fiscal year 2021, you see Head Start ARPA budget. That's the ARPA budget that we received through the Office of Head Start and ACF, okay? Okay, let's go to tab 2. Tab 2 is the orange color, and this is the information you're requesting. Again, we comply with the Head Start performance standards. We broke up our services into 5 districts to match the Navajo agency operations. So if you flip that page, you'll see District 1 for green, District 2 orange, District 3 red, I believe that's purple, District 4, District 5, that could be red, 6 is black for EHS toddler duration. And so if you scan through this, this is number 1, you'll see District 1, Naizi, they're a seasonal program. Nanahazad, seasonal. Newcomb, they are duration. You'll see the parentheses. Remember that there's two operations, seasonal and durational. Durational is year-round, seasonal is 9 months. So Newcomb, Red Mesa, you'll see the enrollment trend from 2019, 2020, all the way up to 2022 and 2023. Red Valley, San Juan, Shiprock, Shiprock 2, 2 Gray Hills, Upper Fruitland. That is the current enrollment trend there. Number 2, District 2, Bahale is seasonal. Chechalta, seasonal. Church Rock 1, seasonal. Church Rock 2 is seasonal. Crown Point 1, duration. Crown Point 2, duration. Little Water, seasonal. Nahatoskish, duration. Pinedale 1, seasonal. Pinedale 2, that is seasonal. Pueblo Pintado, seasonal. Red Rock, duration. Smith Lake, seasonal through duration. Torreon, duration. And then we go to 3, tab 3 again. Cornfields, Crystal, Delcon, Ganado, Lupton, Rule, Jedito, Kendushachi, Sawmill, St. Michael's 2, Steamboat, Tohatchi, Tohatchi 2, Seattle, Twin Lakes, Wide Ruins, Window Rock 1, Window Rock 2, Window Rock 3, Window Rock 4. And then we go to tab 4, Blue Gap, Chinle, Chinle Valley, Cottonwood, Del Muerto 2, Low Mountain, Lucachagai 1, Low Mountain, Lucachagai 2, Mini Farms 1, Mini Farms 2, Mini Farms 3, Nazlini, Pinon 1, Pinon 2, Rough Rock, Saley, Whippoorwill, and then we go to 5, District 5, Tuba City, Cameron, Cow Springs, Denahoto, Gap, Inscription House, Kienta, Kienta 2, Kienta 3, Loop, Navajo Mountain, Oljeto, Rock Point, Shanto, Tonelia, Tuba City, okay? And then from at tab 6, you'll see the early Head Start graphs there. This is our average enrollment again on a 3-year trend, 4-year trend. You'll see it for each agency. There's Shiprock, Fort Defiance, Gannett College, etc. And then tab 7, we're talking about an average enrollment for each district. So you might take this back to your constituents and talk about like District 1. Your average enrollment back in 1920 was at 65%. And you can move on to 2023, the green bar graph on the next page, District 1's at 43. You'll see that enrollment has dropped at all the locations in the past couple of years. Tab 8 is our wait list. We have a wait list. You'll see that pie, kind of a pie donut. That's our wait list, okay? Tab 3 is our comprehensive list of school goals by Early Head Start and Head Start. That's a lot of reading there. It just tells you about our school readiness goals, which you may have seen up front on the school readiness goal objectives required by the Head Start performance standards. Tab 4 is our comprehensive scope and sequence. This is a learning process that our teachers follow in the classroom, okay? Tab 5 is our facilities listing by district. This is probably something you might want to look at, honorable delegates. Here's what's happening in your community. If you really look at this Navajo Head Start facilities report, you'll see on top District 1, that first column will tell you what centers, where they're located. It will tell you if they are durational or seasonal. It'll tell you if they are open, the number of enrollment they were given, and where they are at, their current enrollment. We put in a pending facility issue. It tells you some of the major concerns you might be inquiring about. You're asking why is Church Rock closed? Well, Church Rock was closed by OEH, for example. And so you'll see this information. Look at that. Built. It tells you what year that center was built. We have old centers across the Navajo Nation. It'll tell you the square footage too. And you'll see facility recommendation, replacement, good, replacement, and such, Okay, and then on the top, you'll see, at the last column, you'll see LG certified. Number 6, you have our performance audit corrective action plan. This was by the Auditor General. And we have an updated report which we provided at a 6-month to Helen Brown at Legislative Services. Okay. And then tab 7 is our focus area. We just had a review, and they will be doing a FA2 review shortly, sometimes this coming month or so. This is a review from the federal government. We passed with flying colors. And so I just want to share that and close out with that report there. So we have the FA1 monitoring review and our performance reports. Again, these are some specific requirements that we have to meet from the Office of Head Start and the technical center that they work with. So in a comprehensive and a quick overview, we provided this report to you. Again, Navajo Head Start is ready to meet with you. We really would appreciate a half day or even a whole day. And one of the key issues we want to discuss is really about how facilities, how the Navajo Nation can help the Head Start facility, help the Head Start secure facilities for our operations in the field through all 5 districts. Thank you. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Tracy, for that information, and then staff for the binder. Thank you very much for putting it together to provide to the 25th Navajo Nation Council HEHSC Committee. Make the record reflect that we do have Honorable Helena Nansbigay present here in the council chambers, and then we also have Honorable Otto So here in the council chambers as well. On behalf of HEHSC committee meeting. So with that, committee members, Kodon Kitnas Neto, Naltos and Liniki, Eya in Harkit, Adot Kate down in Hearts at the Has, and Ecuador, Nid Has needs Linko, a sheep and Natchet Eya Ecuador, the Hinch Kato Lit, Kodon Hitnas Neto, Naltos Nihate, Uneven Natchet. Asian Quadobe, Dotnato, Beke, no Hato, HEHSC committee members, no Kliniki. Do I have a motion? Committee members? Honorable Toth, the second. Quayla Beke, no Ha. Committee members? Do I have a second? Thank you very much, Vice Chair, for the second. Motion. What I kitten, as on bed kitten, no as do little. Achide ya a quaggy down committee members, no Linigi, not the kitten Linigi quaggy, Habe Nast, Adon Habe Naho, Ado little. Asian Hin Hanana Slako, Ado, Nihid a doch not a Ecuador now for Head Start Hachinias dot Kaigi. Aja has Anigi a and Hilnahadon, Jokut a Ebeha, Z or Benachet Eya Ecuador down not sos Linin Harkit, Ano Kodon Hitnas Netsalinko. So na the kid Linido, Nana, Sabe Hadistito, Nihin Adin Hitnas Undershin, Hachina Yajda Kaigi, Bikinas Nel, the Hatnas Nel, but Hatohaigi Shin Dashi, Ado Shin Dashi, a na the kid Liniki Nas Lako, a Shibik Eya Ecuador Hadish Ak with that. The first one, Honorable Down Toth.
Thank you, Chair, HEHSC Committee. Toyat Epen, also the staff, and our staff from the Head Start, Yat Epen, Kitishnido. To Konjano Nihe Konhinahatli, Jashin Dant. And in a way, I guess the major concern, sir, Mr. Tracy, is that the community is, I guess your department or the staff for each center, they're having problems with the chapter. And the problem they have is who is responsible to maintain the building. And also there was agreement between the Head Start and the chapter And these are two areas that they don't understand. I try to tell them that the chapter is responsible for the building to maintain and maintenance. Anything that needs to be fixed, the chapter has to agree to fix the facility, not the Head Start. So that's where the question that we always run into is the chapter official. Each time when the staff presents the agreement to the chapter, it seems like they just table it and asking your office to come on down to their level and explain the agreement. So all I'm trying to tell them, hey, this is agreement that this building belongs to you and you're supposed to maintain. So they don't understand it. So a lot of times they say, okay, we want to hear from the big boss from Window Rock. So those area, and I believe there's a agreement you call MOU, or there's about 10 to 5 pages they seem to understand. I guess this was drafted by the DOJ or attorneys. So these are some of the questions that they have. I know Little Water is questioned, and other Torion also questioned that. So finally, the last meeting they had in Torion, I think they signed that off agreement between the Head Start. Same thing with the senior center there. They're having problems with that. I try to explain to them, hey, like I said, building belongs to the chapter house. So I guess somehow we need to educate the chapter official or the managers, community service. It seems like they all have different opinion. And so those are some of the issues that we're having on the eastern side. And then some area, the building was condemned, and I try to tell the chapter it's your responsibility. So they need to understand, we need to re-educate. So that's the only problems that I see. The enrollment, I guess the funding from the federal, I guess the amount for each center should be in the booklet here. I haven't reviewed the whole thing yet. Chair, thank you.
Honorable Toth for the questions and the comments. With that, Mr. Tracy, I'll go ahead and give you time to respond.
Okay, thank you. Chair and Honorable Delegate Toth, thank you for that question. You're right. We do have what they used to call an IGA or an IPA that is no longer in existence. We went through this agreement process and restructured that into a inter-office space usage agreement. That's called the IOSUA. And this was in part to bring up to standards 1302.53, in which the program must establish ongoing collaborative relationships and partnerships with community organizations. And of course, that ties into the assessment process in which Head Start may decide to provide services to a community. The community must request from the Head Start program to bring in to serve children in that community. It's a lengthy process, and so this IOSUA provides the partnership agreement that is required. And so we try to, what we're doing now is we have a local or regional partnership coordinators. They're called RPCs, Sandra Hale and Stephanie Benali, and they work in conjunction with their senior programs, Victoria Lee, in helping the chapters understand these agreements and what is required to bring a Head Start program into a community. For example, we always share with constituents in the chapter that it costs $154,000 to operate a 3-man Head Start classroom to serve 20 children. And you can times that to a 40 classroom. And then we also have to make sure that when we decide to go out into a community, here's a real quick process. We get a letter from the constituents, maybe the chapter officials. We are requesting a Head Start service. We then create a team, and the team goes into the chapter and they work with them. We do a child find. We look at the infrastructure support, highways, water, sewage, etc., electricity, and then they do their assessments. And then we make a decision. Does the community have enough children to serve a full-time Head Start operations? That is one of the key areas that we operate on today. And so today, when we look at our Head Start program, we have some services that are only serving 10 children or 9. Well, those have to be classified as home-based services, and we moved from a temporary, we were operating under the temporary home-based service, in which our staff would go out into the field and meet with the children and the parents and provide snacks, and it wasn't really a full-time type of measure. So they would quickly go out into the field and check on the children. And so we had to resort to that, for example, because centers were shut down, they're dilapidated and whatnot. Even in some cases, these agreements are not signed, okay? Some chapters today have the old IGA, IPA, so we're reintroducing this IOSUA, this Inter-Office Space Usage Agreement. And so what the three individuals do is they meet with the, I believe they've been to the agency council. They've also been to several chapters presenting this information and just explaining to the constituents out there that here's what it takes to run a Head Start program. And then we also have in our $24.3 million budget, now this year's 22.3, we are only allowed $250,000 for repair and maintenance. That's our threshold, $250,000. We have to distribute this to the 85 centers. That average cost, you might want to write this down, is $2,941 per center. Okay, so in our budget, this $22.3 million year, we will put $250,000 aside. And this amount is given to each chapter, or is put on hold for each chapter, okay? Now, some chapters don't have a problem. They have a modern facility, maybe a modular, maybe a facility that was built in 2015 or something like that. Well, those facilities don't require that money. So we'll move that money across to like Lukutjagai. Lukutjagai A, that took almost, what, $15,000 to repair a roof? It was hard for us. And then we get out into Cameron, Delegate So's area, out in Cameron, Gap, Lachie, and those areas. Almost all those centers are closed, and they're operating on home-based services. And so we have to really try to manage how we spend our money and how much money we can put into the repair and maintenance. So that agreement, the Inter-Office Space Usage Agreement, is a key agreement between Head Start and the community, the chapter, so that the chapter can help Head Start For example, you know, we have some chapters that literally tell us, Head Start, you pay for everything. We're not going to help you. You have all this money. Beso, Winderock, 20 million dollars. And we're like, but that's, there's operations we have to run too. So some of them, some chapters are very supportive. They help us with 100%. The chapter takes the water, the sewage, the electricity, they put up the fence, they put up lighting, they maybe even buy a playground, for example, or you know, just different things like that. They improve the road, they put up fencing, and I think that's really important for a good structural, appropriate learning environment that supports child development, so that the child feels that they're not in a, you know, when they look at their building, they're not in a rundown facility, and they don't have a playground, and you know, those kind of things. So some chapters are very supportive of the Head Start program. They pay at 100%. So that's the purpose of that IOSUA. And then of course we're out in the field as we speak. This program year, we have those 3 individuals helping the chapters understand that agreement. So.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy, for the response. With that, I do believe Shade Honorable Halida Nesbigay has a document that she would like to read to you guys on behalf of the GAP Head Start. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. 25th Navajo Nation Council, HEHSC Committee, and members, the Head Start, Dodi, and the Head Start staff. I have a big concern about this Head Start program. So I had a complaint from one of the community member, and she sent me an email on them, and I just couldn't let it go, because before that I stopped by to check on my chapters, and I stopped by Tanalia chapter, and net staff know what that then Head Start Banding Nishne are buildings like this, no. I don't on the wheel, don't his deeds at the hat, no. I call Ebonina that really got to, I wanted to bring this to the table and talk about it. And I don't think they're really aware that the building belongs to the chapter, or the chapter is supposed to maintain the building. I don't think that's a understanding between the staff or the Head Start program and the local government. I call Head Start staff things, and they're not fixing our building. I call that's what really concerned me. I call when you write out a grant and things like that, you know, that should be, as a program, you should have a grant writer, someone to maintain those buildings, or even update those buildings, because the Navajo Nation doesn't always have the money. I worked for the Northern Arizona Council of Government, Head Start, for so long. The way they operated their Head Start, that was how it was. They had a grant writer that wrote grants to maintain the building and to maintain the facility. We shouldn't really be attacking the parents to maintain the building. And I heard that Cameron, the staff, the parents there had to all pitch in. I mean, you guys are serving a low-income family, and you're making these families, parents, pitch in to repair their buildings. That's what was brought to my attention. The tunnel of a building that the roof is leaking and all that, even in a general con, you don't need that, no. And then, there's this one, memo that came to my attention by Grandma. It says, I hope this email finds you well. I decided to reach out to you due to your membership on the HEHSC committee. I attended a parent meeting at the Gap Head Start on March 8, 2023 at 12 p.m. My participation was required due to my responsibility to ensure my grandchild's safety and well-being during the time her mother works. I normally attend all parent meetings on a monthly basis. This particular meeting, I questioned why the school bus were grounded, and I was informed by the staff were awaiting their PAFs to be processed by central office in Window Rock. The last bus run was February 28, 2023, and we are required to drop off and pick up our children on a daily basis since March 1st, 2023. I inquired about their PAF process and the reason it was taking too long to have them ready to prevent an interruption of services for our children. I was informed that they are waiting on central office and they have been checking every day with calls, and they are informed that PAFs are not ready to renew their in-operators permit. During this conversation, the preschool staff also reported they have been requesting supplies since last year, and they have yet to see supplies to keep their program operations compliance to their standards to care for our children. Our immediate solution was to donate toilet paper and cleaning supplies to ensure our children have also essential at school. The preschool should be priority in their requests, and their PAF on personal process should be completed in a timely manner, and to ensure there is not interruption of services. I informed the preschool staff I would reach out to you after I attempt to contact preschool at the local and central level. For 2 days now, I have called Window Rock office, left a message for Tamara Naz, and the Tuba City preschool phone number provided by central office is busy all morning today. I am waiting for Tamara to return my call from Window Rock. So my son, she wrote this email, and then she followed up with a phone call to make sure that I got this. So, I'm bringing this to your attention. I know I was listening to your report that how your the school's doing, the students' achievements and all that. The report in Lagway, I was listening to it while I was driving, and how can the Head Start program? I worked for the Navajo Nation Head Start program years back, and we were under the Department of Education at that time. So I think it was really maintained then when we were under the Department of Education. The maintenance man used to always come around like every 2 weeks to the school buildings to check on the senior center, the Head Start Center. I represent Tanalia, Kaibito, Lachi'i, Coppermine, and Badaway Gap. I represent 5 chapters, and out of that 5 chapters, I only have 2 Head Starts. And the time I worked for Head Start, it was in Lachi'i and Kaibito, and they were both operating at a full class. We had in Lachi'i, we had 3 classes going, and in Kaibito, we had 2 classes going. All that with 20 children in each class. All that closed. It's just like Head Start just went down. And now most of the our children are not getting that education they need at an early age. Because the closest preschool that Clichy has is Page Unified School District, and they only have a half a day of school, morning and afternoon classes. Ado Kaibito J then, because Kaibito BIE school don't even have a Head Start program in their building. So, you know, you see, we just really went down, and Gap is complaining right now, and Tanalia, their building's closed now, and the children are out on home base, no? Ako, home base, so the teachers don't really interact that much with the kids. They need to have a center, a home, indoor learning for the Head Start. Building, they socialize with their other children too. Though it makes me think, how are those kids that have speech, do they have even a speech pathologist that comes out? I don't know if you guys still do that. They used to contract with a speech pathologist with children that have a speech problem. You see, our Head Start program really went down. That's what my big concern is. I'll go from a 3 classroom with 20 kids at Lachi'i, and 2 classes at Kaibito with 20 children each, and those 2 communities are closed now. How can we open it back up? When it was just the Department of Education, last night, I got another complaint from the Net of Youth. Building at the beginning of the month, we went down to Phoenix, and we met with Superintendent Tom Horn. Test scores. No, how can we bring that back up? Last night at chapter meeting, here we're under Doty. We're trying to look for a building. Doty don't want to pay for a building. And you see on here, it just went into, we're just going way down with everything. We have a lot of children not in school. They're just home. And they after school tutoring for Department of Youth. Chair put this on the agenda, but I'm sure, I work for NACOG Head Start, and they did a good job of how they're operating there. Maybe you guys could go visit them, see how they run their programs. You guys might get some ideas from them. Physical exam, but dental exam, those are some of my questions. So that's what we provided as Navajo Head Start. When I worked as a teacher's aide and a bus driver there. Although when the bus driver's on leave, usually the teacher aide would drive the bus. So everybody that's the staff had a permit to operate the school bus. So that's what my question is right here. So, that's the reason why I brought this to your attention, Chair Vince, James, so,
Kia Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Shade, na din kido na sosin linigin check on yagi don hijin in cuts lane ho do she could Mr. Tracy but not with dish not hot or zihiki response, Mr. Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Delegate James, and thank you, Delegate Helena Nesbigay. Thank you for those inquiries. I'm going to disagree with you. I think Head Start is a quality service program. Head Start has been through a lot the past few years. I think the team is a good team. They make good decisions. And I think a lot of the services that we provide is a good quality comprehensive service. So I'm going to move those attributions into addressing what GAP is talking about. GAP is currently operational. And the center the center is a 1977 center. It operates at 1,316 square footage. Their funded enrollment is at 16, and their actual enrollment's at 17 at the moment, so we're one child over. And so I think with Head Start in the past years, or maybe even the past year, GAP has been closed and then reopened. Staff are well aware, and this is where I hold staff very accountable. Staff are required to complete so many hours of training. That includes teachers, and that includes parents as well, too. And so when we have staff writing these complaints and such, there's no excuse for that. They understand that they have a role to provide into the community. And so when they, for example, you're talking about supplies. If supplies are going to be requested, staff know how to operate what they call a system that we use. It's called a Child Plus. They fill out a work order and they submit that. That work order sits in that Child Plus. That's sits in a cloud, for example. They put it inside the software, and then we get it here at Central or the district office. And through the district office, they coordinate with Dr. Billy's program, and these areas are under Dr. Billy's program, Director of Education Services, okay? And so when we get these supplies or any type of maintenance issue, maintenance, maybe a cracked window, a door frame or something, maybe it's cold or the furnace burns out, the Head Start staff are required to fill out these work orders, and they put those into a Child Plus system. We then take that and we have a facilities person through Tama Nez's direction, administration. They coordinate with Dr. Billy's team, and then they address the issue. We send out maintenance techs. We send out, they go out and do the assessments and such, for example. In addition, I think with some of the other areas, for example, in that instance, staff are trained. We have sign-in sheets. We have certifications that they complete these trainings. Okay. The PAF issue, here's a systemic issue. Every year when Head Start receives their grant application, you have to understand, we operate March 1st to February 28th, okay? From March 1st, or usually around December 1st, that's when our grant application is due. We have to plan and build the following year's program. We submit it. We start our 164 process in that period. As the grant goes into the federal system, we await the awarding of the grant. And we also are following the 164. So in most cases, in my experience in this tenure for the past 2 years now, for 21 and 22, or 22 and 23, there's a gap in services that takes place from the time the budget is set up to the time OMB, OOC releases the budget. Sometimes, I remember last year we had to stop, 2 or 3 weeks, I believe it was? We stopped services. No bus runs, staff couldn't travel, we couldn't order supplies. It's a constant waiting game with OMB, OOC. Even though we get our notice of award, or NOA, that's the key document that says Head Start, you're allowed to operate now. You can withdraw funds, pull down funds from the Navajo Nation. And so I think, through these PAFs that were frozen during that period, that's probably one of the issues. And it happens every year. As a matter of fact, we're still waiting for PAFs for 43 staff that I don't believe they were paid, right? So we're still waiting for things like this. PAFs do not get completed until OOC or OMB puts in the new budget units. Then that document, and I found this out because Dr. Ferlin Clark and I had a meeting with Elizabeth. We found out staff were not going to get paid. They only got 16 hours this past pay period ending, which is in the old grant year. The new grant year, even though the tribe, Navajo Nation, had the notice of award, it went through the 164, it cleared, it came back, it went through DOJ, the president signed it, OMB signed it. They still had to set up these new account numbers for us. And so through that process, that's another delay in services. And so when we met with Elizabeth, we said, can we get these people paid out? And unfortunately, the way the system works within the tribe, they can't mix last year's budget expenditures with this current year. The reason why they couldn't do last year was because the current year was not set up in time, okay? Despite that we submitted our documents in a timely manner. So addressing some of these issues, these are some systemic issues. With Head Start, we do have, parents shouldn't be pitching in money to buy supplies. Parents need to communicate with the teacher who puts that request into the Child Plus, and then that gets distributed to Winderock. We pick it up, we order the supplies if we don't have them in our warehouse, and then we ship them out. That's how that works. And as for the other concerns, such as the LEAs, and we have LEA providers, service providers for dental, oral hygiene, dental, vision, hearing tests. We have partnership agreements with IHS and local LEAs. So that's predominantly controlled at that level. Those are usually coordinated by the SRCs, who are the lead people out in the field that work with the teachers and services. So some of these areas, I understand the frustration with staff, but that's beyond our control. In this instance, this past year, we had to work with just Patrick Sandoval, Chief of Staff, just a past week to try to get these, all Head Start employees only got 16 hours paycheck. Now, we met with Elizabeth last week, and Lita Sam and Renee Sands, and they assured us that the Head Start employees will get a hard check of 64 hours. That would get paid out on Wednesday, tomorrow, yeah. So it's just, Delegate Begay, it's these kind of issues that we deal with, some of the delays that we get. Even in this period for the past month, we couldn't order supplies, for example, just because our budget unit's not set up. And some of these supplies we try to predict in advance. What do teachers need? Cleaning supplies, detergents, whatever they might be to clean, or maybe even paper, printing paper. What's the other one? Printer, ink cartridges, for example. And so we try to predict these in a timely fashion so that we have enough available for them. And so if I look at the current status with GAP right now, there's no issues out there reported in the Child Plus system. And so I see here it's saying last year. Maybe this was an older issue from the previous year, but I'm pretty sure things seem to be operational in GAP at the moment. And again, I really ask and respectfully request that we not deteriorate Head Start's operational value. I think we deliver great services. I think the staff have been through a lot. I think they provide what they can respond to within the means that we have to operate within our DPM system and our OOC system. So I would appreciate positiveness for our Head Start staff there, our 3 directors. And so thank you, Delegate Gay and Delegate Chair James.
Thank you again, Mr. Tracy, for that response. Although ke net as linko na de kito ado sa behato zihigi ako ashihid that ako. Usually all the cases are different in each of your region or your district. I apologize as delegate a region. So it's a unique situation for each community. Adonana or council, I thought you know that we have 16 new delegates. So the process of the Navajo Nation government yidan traho ikon zahte biltahoil jishako ako nikilbahozen shesazin that go behanas zehako and hinat indishni hako. All federally funded programs should not be part of the nation indishni. They should be their own. They should have their own business. They should have their own finance, their own payroll. In this case with Navajo Head Start, we have a lot of Navajo Head Starts throughout the United States, throughout this country, that run their own program. Akoko Hatila Benia for Navajo Nation. It's not like that in Disney. But ade DOJ Shin Hikich Natija DOJ indirect cost no Bahada Atzeho Basaho Long Akoda Eho. But I still stand with that to where all federally funded programs should be on their own, separately. When the federal programs lay that cannot go that based on dehigi, jo in jono atra ke hona based on dezo. Kwade cannot go that based on dahigi kwaden hilyan daho the quigo shin ke hona out ebe has on it. Finally gets to the program. It finally gets to the local level. So with the federal programs, they have A, B, and C, and they're done with their funding. They take care of the issue. But when that federally funds comes to the Navajo Nation, then it's a whole nother issue as, we need to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way to Z until those funding eventually get to the local level. Ebe kwaiki yo na hinil aslin ko si glean ado benina biga han hitness as the Navajo Nation government. So that to PAF a nan data jokodat ko khahosebik etika. When are we going to get over with all of these hard copies paperwork? When are we going to move forward into making it electronic that no by yel ko and that whole PAF deal thing needs to be revamped in order for our Navajo Nation government to fully sustain and fully be accountable of moving forward in a positive way for our programs. Committee members. It's hard. I hear the frustration coming. from my colleagues, and then also the frustration from NAFO Head Start and the staff. I understand and the frustration coming from parents. At the local level, the AA, well, this is all you need to do. This is all you need to do is just transfer this. But then when you actually start doing it internally, you have to go through so many different bureaucracies or red tapes or whatever, however you want to call it. So I know it's really hard. And then on top of that, Department of Education, in most schools, it's all under one building. Staff and the classrooms are all under one roof. With Head Start, it's just throughout the whole Navajo Nation, and it's covering the whole Navajo Nation on trying to address those issues at those classroom levels. But something that needs to be looked into. I do have a lineup here of questions. What the concern that's coming from the parent, the grandmother, so as staff, they hear numerous different kind of issues and concerns like this every day, every week, throughout the whole school year. Honorable Nesbigay, thank you very much. With that, moving on down the lineup, I do have Vice Chair Simonson, Otto, and the Honorable Otto So, and then back to Honorable Toth. Before the Vice Chair is Honorable Curtis Yanito. So with that, I'll give the floor to Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito.
Or Simonson.
Oh, Honorable Yanito, the floor is yours, and then after you, we'll go to Vice Chair Simonson.
Alrighty. Thank you for your report, Mr. Tracy. There's a lot of information that I'm lacking here according to the Education Department. Like Honorable Jay mentioned that, we went down to Arizona Department of Education to met with Superintendent
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Yanito. With that, I'll go ahead and give the floor back to Mr. Tracy to respond to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Anito. Head Start, in the dialogue that I have had with President Nygren, Speaker Curley, a number of other, even our school board, including parents in the community, other program managers, Head Start is primary function is educational development. Okay, Head Start is not a daycare, similar to CCDF, for example. They operate under two separate CFRs. Okay, CCDF's role is for child care services, and then just recently they started incorporating learning outcomes for children. And that's supposed to help the transition from the home into daycare, for example, and then from daycare into the Head Start, and get them to get our children academically, or their aptitude starting to develop with thinking skills, critical thinking skills, hard skills, soft skill development, and such. And so, Delegate Anito, Head Start incorporates a number of concepts of learning here, and we use the creative curriculum at the time being. And that focus is really developing the child with basic cognitive development skills and such that it helps the child function you got to remember the child's dealing with several issues when they move from the home into the classroom. They've been with their parents for years, a couple of years, right? And then we're moving them into a large group setting, and from there there's a lot of trust, responsibilities, development, socialization skills that take place. And so once we start building that up, then we start introducing development skills, as they say, ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, okay? And so in most cases, by the time a child graduates from Head Start, they know their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. However, if you look at the trend academically, nationally, the United States is almost last in performance globally. Arizona and New Mexico are near the bottom of the education paradigm of performance. And so within Head Start at the national level, we've been having discussions about how can we shift from that early child atmosphere of development, and then moving them into a little, maybe increasing the rigor of learning at that age. We also have to be very careful. Children's psychologists often cite that if you put a lot of stress on the child without the proper support, then that child, it doesn't benefit the child. As a matter of fact, it does the opposite. Now, we try to incorporate our learning lessons through our cultural ways, Dene language and culture. We try to incorporate those and infuse that into the curriculum, into the classroom, so that what the child recognizes at home, hopefully it's duplicated within the classroom and the child's comfortable. And so the learning aptitude or the learning behavior becomes more trustworthy. The child becomes curious in nature. We even have to teach the child how to be curious, if you didn't know that. It's a lengthy process, but when we look at this in goal 3 of our handout here, if you go to goal 3 in our educational services, you'll see that we try to look at the physical classroom environment, age appropriate, like small chairs, small tables, small plates, cups, things like that. Eye level type of stimuli that the child can see on the walls and things, interactive, hard skills, soft skills, hand manipulatives and things like this. And so all that has to take place first before we start trying to introduce science and math and such. And so I think in the past couple of years, we've infused both language and culture, and then we look at the design of our practice-based coaching system, and we try to teach the teachers. As a teacher, you have to learn how to teach children 3 to 5 or 4 to 5. It's not teaching first grade or second grade or fifth grader. The dynamics are much different in early childhood education, and so we try to build those areas up. And so we have coaching to fidelity, to practice-based coaching, which is highly practiced within our program. And what we do is we follow a model, and that has a short-term and long-term process for coaching, okay? And so when we look at combining this practice here, and then we incorporate the math and the science aspects of early childhood development, we approach this very cautiously. And so I think, you know, I tell the staff today, we are responsible for creating children that will perform in a competitive environment coming up in first grade, second grade. If you understand educational development, a lot of the standardized testing starts in third grade. So we're the pre-emphasis of that is to build a child's skill development, introduce the concepts of learning, even in some cases, maybe some math, you know, some math. I think we start with the curiosity area, science, you know, the wonders of life and things like that in the child. And then we incorporate maybe hands-on, maybe some science experiments. They could be small manipulatives and things, age appropriate. And so that we set the platform for that child's ability to incorporate a much hunger for learning by the time they get into kindergarten and even in first grade. So it's really up to Head Start, kindergarten, first, second, to get that child ready for those aptitude testing that takes place in third. So that's how we try to address that. Delegate Anito, we understand the challenge, and I think our education team has looked at creative curriculum. We use things such as Hatch tablet, for example, for online learning. So when these children go to a home-based setting because the center gets shut down because the furnace burns out, and we can't order right away because that RFP or RFS sits at OMB for 3 weeks and we can't process it and they won't get to it because it's at the bottom of a stack. We send the child home and they use the Hatch tablet for their online learning. And so these are some of the areas we try to look at, Delegate Anito, and I'm also asking for support from ADE, Secretary, I forget the individual's name with Arizona. New Mexico is fairly supportive. We get, they offer some funding for curriculum development and such. And so we'd like to take advantage of that and seeking funds, as Delegate Begay had mentioned. We are starting to seek outside assistance for grants and such that could help us develop even further our program. So, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tracy, for that response. Ako, achide nasanando leta Vice Chair Simonson.
Good afternoon, my colleagues, members of the 25th Napa Nation Council, those of you in the attending in person, ado daisan saagi, ado paashadaji Jermaine Simonson Ayinshe. I represent the District 4 region of Whipwell, Lot Mesa, Hard Rock. Pinyon and Forest Lake. And so there's just really, I think, some really good discussion happening here. I want to thank you, the Head Start folks, for presenting and providing us information. And I would really appreciate a work session to learn more. And, you know, I've been in, I'm real passionate about, you know, early childhood education and learning. And these are just some information that I picked up through the years, and really looking at neuroscience and what that does and how we need to learn how to work with the brain and so what's really unique about Head Start age children, their education is primarily through play. That's how they learn. And so, you know, a lot of the times we, you know, the teachers, you know, although they are adults, I've learned through the years that there are not a lot of teachers that know how to play. They don't. They're just serious and, you know, want to just do this paper pencil thing and make kids sit at the desk and tell them to pay attention. And that is not appropriate for Head Start learning. Akoho e tane ha ishi yinachi yinash ido nayo asha ta ala be na bishtish kido. And then you have to go into a role play with them as well. And so it's just a different kind of teaching method. And again, it's done through play. If you look at other countries are very serious and adamant about that child-parent bonding. And when they don't allow kids to come to school until they're 6 years old, because they know that first 5-6 years of life is really about attachment to their parents. And that's where much of the education, they hold their parents responsible and tell their parents that this child is your responsibility. And once that attachment is solidified, they have a trust and they are bonded to you to know that yes, that they're going to go to school and go away from home for a day, but they will return to you and you will be there. So, you know, the Head Start person talked about how in this early age you're just getting the child ready to enter into the school. And so, you know, and so it has a lot to do with attachments as well. And so here in the U.S., I question a lot of things that we do compared to other countries. And as you can see, us as a country lacking and being far behind in any academic arena, it should kind of show you that there's a lot of things we're not doing right. And so I just want to mention that much is to look at other countries and how they're doing things. You know, there's other countries where there's no janitors in the schools. Children are asked to clean up after themselves because they made the trash. That's a personal responsibility. And so, and here we are, you know, and those should already be, we should instill that already at an early age. And part of that could be at the school level and have before the kids leave, you know, give 5-10 minutes to say, we're going to take some time and clean up the room, pick up your trash, you know, sweep the floor, wipe your table. You know, those are ways that we need to start thinking in terms of education. Even though they didn't go to school, they knew of things. They have projections. And there's only everything that we hear about today. We need this much more money. We need this much. And there is not an endless pot of money. There isn't a money tree growing everywhere. And I think we have to be prepared and ready to realize that someday in the future, somewhere and sometime in our future, K through 12, parents are going to be asked to pay for it because there's just not going to be enough money to give that free education. And so, in the parent involvement, because when you're asked to pay for something, and you want to make sure that money is being spent in the right way, and you want to hold that person accountable who you're paying to do the job. And so, being this freshman delegate and receiving all the complaints in regards to school from school board members, from Dodie, from parents, from teachers, administrators. And so I think as delegates, when we get these complaints and things, we need to assess everybody across the board. So you're saying that, there's supplies that have run out, but teachers have this tool that they need to use to submit, and put in a request. So maybe the problem is some teachers do not want to get on with, this automation. Maybe they don't know how to use computers and don't know how to put those submissions in the, into the laptop and send it over. And don't want to learn those things. So it just, just looking at all across the board where those issues are and trying to resolve them. And so I think, you said Head Starts are based on your assessments, your child count. So my region in Zahijin is especially in Forest Lake and Black Mesa, it's a high elder population, and there's very few besides the chapter and the one boarding school up in Black Mesa, there isn't any other economic opportunity. So you can pretty much determine at that point that young families are not going to stay there because they need to move away to go to work and provide for their children. So as you can imagine, there aren't any children there. And so I just want to ask of you for the Head Start up in Black Mesa. I understand it's a brand new building, and but because there's a high elder population, there's a need for senior program. The seniors need a facility to cook their meals and congregate in. And so what are the possibilities that we could do some kind of intergovernment agreement in which we can, and we don't know, I don't know if there's a way to determine whether there will ever be young children in need of Head Start up there. You would have to build some real economic, opportunities up there for people to return and to populate, and you got to make sure they have housing and all that good stuff. But for now, present day, the need is we need a senior center. And can we look when we get and I would like your help in researching this, is can we make use of that building now and let it, we need it now, and it could be a response to a current need at this time, and we could pivot that way, and we could use the building for that. The same thing in Hard Rock. I don't think there are any Head Start age children there. I don't think there's too many, but certainly I believe there might be a need for childcare. And you mentioned that, the social service department has that childcare block grant. Could so one, the building in Fort Hard Rock has, it's a brand new building. It was probably only used a couple of years, less than 5 for certain, but there's a leak from the roof in the ceiling. And so that needs a repair. That needs to be assessed and repaired. And again, whose responsibility is that? It's a brand new building. Why is it in need of a repair already? And then going into the future, what can we use this building for? My goal as a delegate for that region in Hard Rock, we have just a ton of empty buildings sitting there, and some of them are fairly new. And I don't think they should just be sitting there not being used. And so I'm trying to move programs so they can be used. And so we need to make use of them and to provide real service and programs to the people in these communities. For that chapter. I've yet to meet with Forest Lake chapter to see what kind of plans, or I know they have a nice Head Start building there as well. And then I'll be meeting with Pinyon as well as I don't think Whippoorwill has a Head Start either. So I'll be going through my chapters and my respective region to get assessed and give me an update on what's happening. And I'd like to be helpful to Dodie and those of you in the Head Start administration to help with these with these issues, and to where you're talking about OOC, and I believe those things are being worked on as we speak. And I think HEHSC will be hearing some reports real soon on what Department of Personnel Management is doing to make some changes. And so I just want to be, helpful to you in the best way, as well as, the staff folks out in the chapter regions, Head Start staff, and then as well as parents, and mostly I'm would love to see our youth, our young children being able to utilize these programs and having just the best experience with them. And so and I spend a lot of time thinking about this, and mainly because I feel like sometimes it feels like we're doing such a disservice to our youth. And so if there's some way to do some kind of audit or something in regards to all these programs, and really find areas that need help and support, and to strengthen them so we can really provide some healthy, robust communities to our healthy, robust services to our communities, particularly our children.
Thank you very much, Shade, Vice Chair Simonson, for those comments and questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor back to Mr. Tracer to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Delegates Simonson, for your questions. I agree with you. One of the key measures that we promoted in the past 2 weeks with Superintendent Dr. Begay and Dr. Ferlin Clark and Dodie was we've had the ability to sit down with the President's office. We met with President Nygren and the Chief of Staff, Patrick Sandoval. We also had a meeting with Speaker Crystalline Curley and Delegate Otto So. And so we informed them that we had a few priorities, and these were talking about Head Start facilities, all 85 facilities, okay? Here's a number that I am going to ask for your support this year. The sooner the better. We all understand, if you look into that packet, you'll see that facilities report, okay? They're pretty old facilities. And so I'd like to put this up front. I am looking for $425 million to replace all 85 centers. That's a big number. And in this process, throw in an extra 25 million for the Head Start administration building. I think the employees deserve a good working atmosphere. I think the children deserve a high standard, high quality, up-to-date, sophisticated learning center as well. Early Head Start requires more money and more sophisticated equipment to operate and serve those 0 to 3-year-olds. Why am I bringing this up? We have centers out in the communities that exist that even the chapters don't know who they belong to. My understanding, if they are blue tag, they are Navajo Nation. If they are red tag, they belong to facilities, I believe it was, facilities maintenance. Head Start does not own buildings. There's some buildings out there that has Head Start material in it. They're abandoned. We are addressing that. We're doing cleanup, repatriation. In addition, we have buildings that have been identified, as Dr. Nez here, Honorable Delegate Nez has brought forward to Head Start, was a center that was north of the chapter. So we've been looking at that to see how we can occupy that. So in most cases, Delegate Simonson, for example, like Black Mesa, that being a new building, we do not serve Black Mesa and we do not serve Hard Rock at the moment. Our team can do, I think we just completed a child find recently, and we may have to do another here shortly, in which these 85 centers, if you look at on this enrollment list in your packet, you'll see this list here. This here will give you the identification of each center in each district. In some cases, currently, I recall Dr. Billy her team is assessing this. We've combined some centers that were closed, and we're pairing them up with other centers. And we're serving children like this, more children. From a management perspective, it's inconceivable to serve 10 students in a Head Start center, paying 3 staff $153,000, operating a monthly maybe infrastructure support at 10 to 15,000, maybe 8,000 monthly. It just doesn't make sense. We're wasting money in Head Start. And so what in our meeting with the president, he brought up a term called intergenerational centers, learning centers. And this takes advantage of the foster grandparent program. We recently signed an MOU with the foster grandparent program, and this gives us the ability to bring in, with proper background check and clearances, to work with the foster grandparent program and helping Head Start children in the Diné language culture spectrum. And so with these combination of services that we've created, we would like to, think about that. And maybe Delegate Simonson, if we can get your support, I would love to make maybe a project for Black Mesa or Hard Rock using those facilities. Of course, Head Start cannot just go into a facility, okay? We have to have proper clearance, safety inspections from OEH, NOSHA, et cetera. There's a required square learning footage requirement for to serve Head Start children, and that's open space, including the equipment and everything that's in the classroom. So just any center, they have to meet a certain square footage requirement, okay? And so when we look at these communities, we would have to go and do a child find. Maybe we can run home-based services and approach it in that manner. And then maybe our child find will find more 0 to 3 clients, children. We can open up an early Head Start center there in that fashion. Again, it requires infrastructure support, water, sewer, electricity, fencing, and that Head Start facility. So we are open to working with the community and learning how to figure this out. And that's where I think the inter-office space usage agreement comes into play. I think in advance, it would be nice to have Black Mesa and Hard Rock pass those anyway. And then we can start the planning process. The planning process is going to take about a year, okay? Delegate Simonson, we just started our new program year, March 1st. I believe we can make an amendment into our grant plan and maybe add a community. But in most cases, we would have to budget and maneuver funds around to serve these new communities that are coming up. And so that's how we would try to work with your community, Delegate Simonson. In addition, we are constantly training staff, and I think maybe you're right. Maybe we need to increase the rigor of that training for staff at the field level so that they understand that pretty much that they are computer savvy, that they know how to operate a keyboard, they know how to maneuver in the Child Plus system to create their orders and work orders and make requests and such. So I appreciate your suggestion there, Delegate Simon. And you know, in this whole process, I think it's important. A child's learning environment is very important. That's one of the first critical elements, as we talked about earlier, as Delegate Anito brought up, is that how's Head Start preparing children? Well, we must first develop a child's physical, cognitive, social, and emotional development first, okay? And those are the ingredients that creates a child's school readiness. That means we're creating children that can walk into a classroom who are ready to learn. And when we look at that, we also know that our curriculum, our creative curriculum, our school readiness goals in the packet, if you look back at that, look at the school readiness goals, those follow the state standards for Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. So I just wanted to bring that up. And Superintendent Begay here brought forth last year and asked Head Start to research Montessori methods and the modeling there, and how can we incorporate Montessori, or should we even move from creative curriculum and all these other development modules, and then move into Montessori-based learning, okay? And in Montessori-based learning, that's like multiple intelligence development, and that's something that's still around today. Not so much, you know, we're talking about the old methods of children's learning and things like this, but Montessori is a good tool as well too, but it's not going to happen overnight. It'll take some research, and then take some, maybe even a pilot program. We can look at developing these areas, as Delegate Simonson had mentioned. And so that's my response, Chair.
Chair James, I'm sorry I'm not at the meeting, but are you still there? I know you asked me to go ahead and step in as pro tem.
Finale, the chair had to go to Budget and Finance Committee for his legislation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Usually he does the transition. He says, you know, I'm gonna hand my gavel over to Vice Chair Simonson, so I didn't hear that happening, but it's okay. Okay. Well, we have. Thank you for that response, and absolutely, I think we need to start looking into Montessori schools and other educational facilities. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next in queue, and that would be George Toth. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pro Temp. Aro konta hone kilonigi. There was a state made by Honorable Nance, and I totally agree with her, sir, Mr. Tracy. I'm just wondering how many times you guys went out to the field and observe, evaluate the building, the staff. Isn't that part of your job instead of being at Winter Rock? Because I've been a chapter official. We work with the chapter Head Start Senior Center. There is a lot of problems, yes. Mainly the building, mainly enrollment, and sometimes transportation. So I went to Ventada Head Start. I just stopped by, and as I entered the doorway of the school, poor door had plywood on it. And I was questioning the staff, is this the Head Start door? They said, yes, it was reported to the chapter. I guess chapter is working on it. So, as a leader, our job is to monitor, go out to the field, have meetings, have training. I think staff already have enough training. Ako anahoti from the education. O hayu kudendalish. Education, the education jihote. Ako aid and never caught deal with it. No, we're not doing that. So everything's up here. Also the Head Start. In the past, the money was unspent. Federal money was set back because of the policies. And I think we're failing. As you look from the outside, it would be nice for the leaders from each agency to come before the HEHSC. Of course, it's not going to happen because they're going to be retaliated when all this thing comes up. So, we're going to be like this for a long time. The program that comes to, the funds that comes to us, a lot of red tape. You just have to follow, I guess. But the money's going to go back in. And we fail. That is true. We fail. We always fail because of this whole policy. DOJ comes in, tell us not to jump the side, and you can't cross this. If it was separate enterprise, I think we'll get off the ground. So, we always have excuses. So you cannot say to a consummate it's not true. It is true to me because I've been there. I've been to Crown Point, all the others chapter. Poor building, and the chap don't have any money to fix it. That is the biggest problem. So what do? They go to the state of New Mexico from Eastern. and barely they get funding, but it takes 10 years to get that building off the ground because a lot of policy rules that we have to jump. So us poor leaders in the chapter, for sure they're gonna, try to budget, but they don't have enough money. Even the tribe don't give enough money. So, you guys need to go out there, spend 1 week down there, and then you'll find out what the problem is. So that's the way because like I said, I've been out there and being official, I know a lot of problems because of the policy we have, the regulation that we have, too many staff at the headquarters. That position should go back to the agency. That's what I always say. Decentralize some of these programs. It's not happening. So, again, thank you, Honorable Nasbigay, that you brought this issue. It is true. And it is true that a lot of times you're going to have to buy some stuff for this. The people had heart down there. They used their own money. That's what I've been doing with Senior Center. When I mentioned to their leaders, you know what they said? Don't tell the community to purchase. Get it on your own. That's nonsense. And I don't ask for reimbursement. So one day it happened, my senior center had no food. We had to get out of the chapter account. That's supporting your program at the local level. Ede benichatisti. Konda kainat anita no seniketas chingi. Ni hote. Saito batas nedasto. We get a lot of complaints. Every day we go out, social service doing this, health is doing this, and the executive branch doing this. Can you help us? That's all we hear. That's all we hear out there. So, I hope we're not turning some money back into these Washington. We need to cut some red tape. But of course, the DOJ is going to come in and say, no, you can't do this. When are we going to make a decision ourselves? I believe we all have a higher education degree. How come the DOJ don't trust you? So, you went to school to get your degree and you come back and DOJ tells you to jump. That needs to stop somehow. That's where it's at. CARES at Hutsa, even the ARPA in the Hutsa. DOJ put that red tape and they shove it in our throat. Now we can't take money out of it. People asking, if you're out in the community, that's what you're going to see. Be out there, live with them, eat with them, sleep with them, observe. You know what we're talking about. I don't mean to get after you. This is the real situation that we're in right now. Ado ba da hosene we had no. Also what eroli. Also what eroli. So da we here to katoli. Oh na how to. I know funding. Area, thank you, Madam Pro-Temp, or Vice, excuse me, Chair, Vice, thank you.
And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to our representative from Head Start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Simonson, Delegate Simonson, and also thank you, Honorable Delegate Tolf, for your questions and critique. Head Start is a good program. Again, I'm going to debate that. Head Start is a good program. Head Start is a very strong program. We've been here since 1965, and you know, every year we provide probably some of the best comprehensive services across this great country of ours here in the United States. We've been recognized as a super grantee, and so I think just the large complexity of our tribal system, you know, we operate a Head Start program that is the size as West Virginia, Tennessee, and Kentucky, and really we should be a standalone agency. I'm going to support Delegate James' statement in that sense. And I do see the internal workings of our systemic dysfunctions within our tribal government, within the processing areas of OMB, OOC, DPM. You have it. It's there. We can't avoid it. We keep blaming programs and such, especially federal programs. We you know, this is probably one of the very few federal programs that gets 100% funding every year. And so when we come to President Nygren, we come to Speaker Crystalline Curley, and we say, you know what, I think we should get forward funding. I think we should have the tribe put monies up front so that federal programs don't experience delays within those 2 weeks or a month at the end of their fiscal year and their transition into a new year. I think those are good ideas, and I don't see why the system can't change it. And, you know, we have teams, our directors, even myself, that have visited district offices. We go out there. Dr. Billy goes on site visits. Constantly, she is out there. Our Director of Administration Services goes out and visits classrooms and looks at work orders and sees what the issues are. And we look at, we make these field visits. We look at what the work orders might be, or maybe some of the supply issues or communication issues that we might face. Not only do the directors go out, or including myself, we also have our senior program project specialists that makes visits. They've done comprehensive assessments. We have a community assessment and a self-assessment that we write annually and that we submit to the federal government, including with our grant application. This helps us dictate how we deliver services in the field. Our regional partnership coordinators are also in the field. Our maintenance techs are also in the field. And our information technology, our IT individuals are in the field. So maybe we need more staff. Maybe we need more staff to be in the field. But I hear that all the time, not just from the council, but also from the subcommittees and such, but also from even our own division directors outside of education. Education takes up a lot of money in the tribal program. We're probably the second highest funded division within the tribal system. And so, but we always get criticized because we're saying we're top heavy. You know, we're top heavy for a reason, because we're trying to run a state-size agency, 85 centers. This is the largest in the United States. The second largest is probably the Alaskan Native Head Start program. Actually, they're the first because they have smaller Head Start centers in their areas in the state of Alaska. And then as Navajo Nation, we are the only super grantee here in the United States. And so I agree with you, Delegate Tolf, that yes, we do need to go out into the field. We do need to make these visits, and I'd like to see maybe more staff supported, you know, in that sense. I mean, we've got $24.3 million in direct services is about 80 to almost 85% of that whole funding stream is direct services. It's in the field. And if that's not making a difference, we are demanding that our SRCs and our HEHSC or recruitment teams get trained constantly. And so it's a constant professional development cycle. You know, we need more funding for that. Currently, nationally, just recent news, the Office of Head Start, ACF, we are going to receive a lot more money coming down the pipe, in which we will be applying for and also incorporating into the $22.3 million budget for this fiscal year 23-24. So I appreciate your critique, Delegate Tolf, and we'll go ahead and reassess that again and just make sure that we are carrying out our functions in the field. And I appreciate your questions there, sir. Thank you. Chair Simonson.
Thank you for your response. And I'd like to give the floor to our honorable delegate, Mr. Otto So. And I believe he would like to make some comments and maybe has some questions as well. The floor is yours, Mr. So.
Yeah. Adid shma wado shatin ado adid shnant ashnale adon the adid shnant our Health and Human Service Committee members of Sinigi at a Sina ado aye Kushis kanda itani sasitli to Wanyaj to Banyada silti Konde Honest is the ya Bijman sa an eventually to it is at ati Le Ayadil Kal Ad Ado Kat in it Shibna Nosha to maybe OEH and Aben ko Itadil Kalo Kat in it Shibnina Ado which nana it hodo nana kiss Kat in it Shinabanina Ako dite so ade only nahnilia running a Head Start program which the size of the city of Chicago get that same amount of funding but dite hashit out what ahli large that's a tahigi that's a done Stanley Miss Bitsui I don't eat that yado killed out on now and nahilin a go hot ilavish benina do I see that yeda do hot ilabina do Khalid ada I don't like Pohon yajje what at Anasho Yigashe Adola Janshi Ajo Alabita nation you can see progress and getting down to Tuba City facility I understand the concept of what you spoke about policy, that the National Head Start funding, when you receive it, it's for operational, administration, and yeah. I understand the issue of classrooms, but I guess that's where the communication lies with Head Start in the local level. And you talked about the local level making a request to Head Start for services to be rendered at the local level. So, these services that are there from the local level, so there's 110 chapters, and I understand some chapters they just don't want to work with you guys. But these buildings, we think one area is that we have to start looking at buildings on how we could move forward to maybe allow you guys to start taking over these buildings and allow some sort of funding to come through for O&M costs through the main comprehensive budget. Because what I'm getting is that your Head Start dollars, the 20 some odd million, actually 17 million, 22. And we know that it's all building, we have to make somehow address that from leadership. I'm gonna circle back to Tuba City. We have a Head Start building there, and for many, many years, I thought that belonged to 100% the Head Start program. At some point, the chapter thought that's our building, but Head Start utilizes it. That was one administration they did. It's not our building. Oyo the O&M daja oyo you fix it, and even down to the utility. So one area for utilities, I think that we could make a change in policy is the gaming distribution fund for chapters, 110 chapters, to pay for their electricity and utilities and aid. Maybe aja khadit ada bajab chapter bakaigi ya tahad amen ilya / Head Start. That would take care of a lot of the utility issue. That way, if the building is owned by the chapter can utilize those funds to pay for utilities. When you look at the Gaming Regulatory Act, any revenues coming off of gaming, any type of gaming activities, when the tribe benefits, there's 5 buckets that it supposed to benefit: public safety, education, community development, health, and there's one more there. I think it's fire safety. Well, what I'm getting to is that somewhere there, I know that you spoke to the, the, utilities, and that's one area that we could look at, and I think we just go back into that gaming distribution fund and just amend it. It says chapter, just do an amendment, an amending language to it, slash Head Start. Because that line item already exists with Department of Community Development and OOC and O and B. Ko Head Start working with those three programs could submit your receipts or your utility bill to OC or Community Development, and they can process the payments for you guys. Because the gaming distribution fund revenue, and I think right now it's only utilized to benefit the area of community development and also government. So, that's one area that we could look at amending that policy. The reason why I say this is that all the Head Start offices across the Navajo Nation is probably facing that issue. Ako dide tonnest is it Head Start niki da inishiki ade home base ya da inish, and I'm still getting information on this. I understand the teacher there is paying out of her own pocket for space there in Tuba City. And on Sissy's case, I said that if I were a division director or manager in that office there, I'd request council to drop request council to drop legislation. And it's been I heard about this about a month ago. And I have not heard anything from your office pertaining to that matter. If that's going on in Tuba City, I guarantee you it's going on in Shiprock, maybe here in Fort Defiance, maybe in somewhere. It's just not going on in Tuba City. And you alluded to earlier that somebody or someone was saying that they were paying for something, and you alluded that they shouldn't be paying for these things. So, our teachers out there are trying to do their best to provide service to the children. And student count is needed. Alcohol, ahadit if you can, maybe get a report back to HES pertaining to those issues. The other is Tuba City building. Whatever NOSHA gave you, whatever OEH gave you, please email me a copy, because moving forth, who from Head Start is working on this to try to address these issues, these that had been brought up by NOSHA or by Office of Environmental Health. Because I think that if NOSHA just coming in to close a building, they should have cause and should have record on haishbenina. Binna dishnini edi khayshi be building iliniki edi bichet nadot as. Di khaysh chadot nis. talked to my chapter, and have you received any documents from Navajo Head Start program on why Tuba City Head Start Center was closed? I understand the building might not be Head Start, but Head Start is utilizing it. And then there's issues pertaining to vandalism. Jinne, edna dishne, ha ish benina, tatil kado, ha ila isi benina, niki what na dishnini. It's like you're only communicating with Head Start 1 with that one person who has the job to provide service to the kids, and you have a fleet of people here in Winter Rock who has not, to my understanding, talked to the chapter directly to say, "So hey, di datil ka di benina, di what how can we work with each other to reopen the center up?" Kadedo eats ata. I was just looking at the wind system today, and I there's a project on the Tuba City chapter wind system pertaining to a building, Tuba City preschool. Baka, I'm assuming that somebody from Navajo Head Start once upon a time went to Tuba City, knocked on their door, chapter, did the building in that collaboration from this office to the chapter. Was there a plan? Was there some sort of budget put together pertaining to a new building? Kaya yasa shilbaha zen zo at sen ishwallo do tohallo do toncho bichedas linigit sewer lines at the hallo. Alcohol. I think the planning in these larger communities is that a permanent site needs to be looked at from Navajo Head Start with the collaboration with the chapters, because earlier again you alluded to that you have to make an agreement with the chapter pertaining to the site, because you don't deal with buildings and own M beso a tenahalente. But again, in your Head Start budget, you indicate that only certain things that if a door breaks or something like that, those can be replaceable under the grant, but you can't build a building and the own M. So, but the bigger thing is that I think that you get federal dollars, and we know that it don't hurt to submit a budget to the president's office pertaining to the comprehensive budget about buildings. Maybe, for instance, Tonalea is willing to transfer that building over to you that they're utilizing there at Tonalea, Honorable Nesba area, or maybe Gap, Adisa, Aniki, Eshad no Akoi, Anhikoje, comprehensive budget, be gonna budget that is linked for own M, do, did that initially. That way you have more control over a building that needs own M, instead of waiting for the building owner to come in and make those changes. The other thing too is that the asking from the federal government, ISIS pesos dos bohne ango chudeni chudedi isos deniki. Do we need to start scaling back? Because right now, you're saying that you have all this money, but there's no service out there being provided, but only home base. But the classroom environment is something that a lot of the parents look for. And those areas that is something that I look at. Nate ICA Head Start it's up about 6.4 million. It's up peso due to enrollment issues. The 23rd Council fought for that. 24th Council fought for that. We made sure that the offset monies, we granted it to you guys. It didn't come back to the general funds. 6.4 million. We infused the dollars into Head Start. Later on, the ruling came down in the favor of the Navajo Nation, which the 6.44 million was infused into the nation, and you had another 6.4 million. Because I remember at one point, carryover, whether it was granted or not. And then after that, the council had some actions on the next fiscal year where carryovers were not approved. So I'm hoping that you utilize those 6 million for buildings, because those were from the general funds. They weren't tied to the program funding. So that was a chance to address buildings. I have those questions there, but again, trying to find a solution on this, and we have to find something to do better for our children, and on leader, and especially the Western Agency office really need to get them help somehow. Dana I was there in Tuba City. I'm at the agency office with the shlom. And I just told her, and I reminded her, you shouldn't be any type of retaliation for you telling me what's going on out there, because Navajo law does not have a provision where employees don't have to talk to leadership. Don't be federal government and the state government. The employees and the constituents can talk directly to leadership. The last administration practiced that. Don't talk to your delegates, but no, they were threatened. I really hope that's the policy, because those people out there are the boots on the ground. They provide direct service. 2 or 3 months, you're going to bring this big binder in. You're going to say, oh, this is what we're getting from the federal government. You need to approve it through the comprehensive budget. Health and Human Service class. And this can be approved with the comprehensive budget. We as policymakers, I always say to my constituents, you shouldn't be asking me council did their job. We either pass laws or appropriate funds. That task and that responsibility is on the administration. And again, I always say, how do we hold the administration responsible for not providing direct services? These dollars come in the name of the Navajo people, and in this case, the Navajo children. E bayel kiko benina kodo sa ach esho tanit zedo ach tanit inte sata oyo hojish keho nda khaydata ikiti shaha wage hot ele watchin that oh watch ech hak esekyo dinle Anle arla da yastkin got khatoshin da ad and da shohe dinle bejeni eba yashki eben na koko what be ni yashki do nit ashishkid nide hoiche nenati. The other day saw this small family, this little car, 4 kids, Head Start age. I just wondered, ajuda oshka, hagosh da chin daze yat ehla zebetin das abagande, wala at egon das. By that time, with these Head Start services, if whether you're feeding them a hot meal, this is the only place they get a hot meal. Some parents, and again, really want information on why. That's my question. And again, as policymaker, that why is going to determine me pushing the red or green button when budget season comes, because it's too long that this Head Start building in Tuba City is closed. Haishbani na ani do hadit not ani dan that nishigito aki khata. Aronat ani leader at the local level gito. And again, from here, I'm gonna move over to have this conversation with the president, and maybe shed light to this, and maybe see what the administration could do, because I know that the administration can't touch you guys, and that's my fear. And it's just like Dr. Begay, really commend him for his stepping into this position. But legally, council, we can't touch you, nor then the president can't touch you. You work for you work under the Board of Education. And now my thinking is the Board of Education because the past administration's Department of Education director worked at the pleasure of the Navajo Nation president. So somewhere we have to find out ha'ish b'ninat and even I commend you guys to try, you're in there, try to find out ha'ish b'ninat, but we have to move at a faster pace to try to find these issues, and we know the bottom line get peso anahot it. And does that mean that we as policymakers has to step back and re-look at how the comprehensive budget is budgeted? Do we have to make sure that the president gives you a certain amount? Or do we allow you to be part of the 3 branch chiefs but have a 4 branch chiefs agreement so you get an allocation from the main pot of the comprehensive budget? Because to me, the president is a executive branch. He is supposed to be advocating for funding in you guys' interest. I'm sure that the program keeps saying that, you know, we need this much, but you're only getting this much. I'm sorry. Even not. I think we have to go back and make a whole restructure of the comprehensive budget. Maybe education money should be taken off the top before the 3 branch chiefs agreement happens. That way you get your fair share. Alcohol, even not. How do we revamp it, or do we do an overhaul on this so that we meet those needs? And Head Start, audition. Is it a Najin Tino? Nayat ehijisi. There's no such thing as bad children. There's such things as bad parenting. God, these kids are innocent. You can program them. Hard she. Danot alo jisi. Hajo biya hajis ato hajo nachin kin. Kaya na anla each del wastoven neto abiga hayana. Iga hata yos ito. Ek apkonik na nacha. Eba yashtir additional to hashi bana sa itande. Sheshi keholonaki. To ego hachas ketat o hot ego. Beshdit ego hich yashtit up. Nde asho isala. Oldest son is a senior in NAU, major in civil engineering. The youngest son started up mechanical engineering at NAU. And John, they're very obedient. And that's what I'm saying. Hajo which yajikyo, hajo chin biya hojik. And not be the haja tiho. What I think. Monkey see, monkey do. Go what thank you very much, Chairman. Though I did Vice Chair Chama Doshnale. It did what Asha members of the Health and Human Service Committee. Thank you for this time and leading a shadow what now it Ada been on advantage HEHSC. Though the so additional Mr. Ness. I don't addish che, Mr. Toth. I don't shna ash. You need to. I don't addish ma Lena or Tsui yet. Tsui. It is what I'll told. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dan Schnelle, Honorable Dan So, the Isat Lenny behind the Ado Kodo the Resource Development Committee Ajit Hatasan Dash. Today DJ de Ashon Hinia in Kissen Tako Hiha Ani Hot Eket Lady who the Nebet Hashtogaho. Dance Ade Adola ye. with each John a day, your son, Benya, Cottage Castagar, Benya, not on it alone. A hot eye, the net on it, ink the laco, Yaha, Conjono, the laba ink hits a link, Yaha, honorable so. Adonana Nasonando lit, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance. Oh, yeah, Vice Chair. Oh.
I just want to say that I'm going to hand the gavel back over to you.
Thank you, Sade. Vice Chair.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, reflect that I am back from Budget and Finance Committee meeting for my legislation that I sponsored there. So I am back. So with that, yeah, Sade for that clarification and then putting it on record. With that, moving on to Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yeah, thank you, Chair James, Auto Ade Head Start as well, to your staff as well for being here in your council chambers, and to my colleagues here on the 25th Navajo Nation HEHSC Committee, Auto Kuroshanela for joining our meeting, Mr. Delegate Otto. So I have several questions that I want to address to the Head Start, as well as another question directed to Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Harold Begay. So the first question I have is, through your budgetary process, how are supplies disseminated for each of your Head Start centers? I know that as a former classroom teacher myself, there was many instances where I was able to use funds out of my own pocket to support my instruction, which I was happy to do so. However, we know that in many cases for our instructors and teachers, that is not the case primarily. The second is, in our packet, we received an audit report of 20 findings, and this was back in 2021. To date, what can you identify as one of the most significant changes that occurred over the last 18 months? And the reason I say 18 months is because you've been delegated in this capacity for that long. And prior to that as well, as an agency, because 20 findings is a lot, and I know Head Start is a very large agency. So any updates on sharing what has been improved, for example, funds that support our special education services for 10% of its enrolled students. And many times when we discuss education, we oftentimes overlook our students who have special needs. And in this case, at a very young age, and those that are coming into school because of the pandemic, there are a lot of concerns related to their development because they had to stay home. Certain situations at home are not privy to their development, unfortunately, and there are a lot of those services that are needed for our children across the nation. Auto Na'akune, we've heard, of course, there's a lot of expectation, accessibility, history that is needed with our chapters. And this led me, which by the way, thank you to Delegated Assistant Superintendent and your staff for meeting with me, and I encourage our colleagues to do the same, to discuss primarily my communities of Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake, because I know there's a need. Your report also shows that there's a waiting list generated for the Window Rock area, and we have a significant number of students that come from our region here in the Upper District 18 area. So when we look at the expectations and accessibility of our chapters, how many MOAs currently exist, and which chapter would you identify as being epitomized as the most in terms of the expectation and accessibility to facility for Head Start and with Head Start, which of course is also another audit finding? The next question I have is mitigating some of those challenges. I know that you indicated February 28th is the end of your fiscal year, and then March 1st presumes. Does Head Start have the capacity to operate at typical fiscal years, beginning in January, July, and then ending in June? I think that would make the most sense so that it not disrupts a lot of the classroom instruction or the things that need to occur within Head Start. And my last question regarding Head Start directly is bus drivers. I know that there are always lists of bus drivers needed on DPM's website. Currently, there are 14, primarily within Western Agency. So what is the Head Start doing now to retain its drivers, reach out, and do what they need to do to support our bus drivers and get our kids safely to and from these centers? And my last question here will be directed to Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Harold Begay. What is the current status of hiring a permanent assistant superintendent of Head Start? How many applicants have applied? What is the status? And are there any upcoming interviews? I understand that there's been a delegated superintendent for 18 months, and that's, we're approaching 2 years. And that update would be helpful for our colleagues here as well. Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Dr. Nez, for those questions. Mr. Tracy do Dr. Begay, Ishide ya Ecuador, Chinala da Honorable Ado so in da Del Kedo da Sadi Hadzi Ado da Shia Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is local. Question Hanast Andole. Mr. Tracy, the floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Delegate for your questions. I do agree. Head Start does need a revamp. I think I've told staff that in my first 6 months, 3-month assessment and the assessment process. The structure that Head Start currently operates in right now is there is no line management in the field. And that was one of the first issues that I identified. I was appointed back in October 5th, I believe it was. And that by December, that was noted to the directors. And so the directors are well aware, and today that's a constant discussion on how we should approach strategic planning. Now, before we do strategic planning, in our discussions, we've had sessions where we've mind mapped and used different methodologies to really try to figure out how Head Start operation services are not happening. This is really inclusive of poor staff communication, just, the branding and marketing of Head Start, training, professional development, and then funding availability. There was a point where I directed the directors that all fiscal decision-making should be geared towards the Head Start centers. And that went on for so long, but still there was issues that would creep up. And so I do agree that Head Start does, if we start having access to more funding, primarily around, I think, operational and administrative services, using the budget as such, we see results. We spend money. It happens. Buses still run. Bills still get paid whether we want to pay it or not. And a chapter says we're not going to pay it. We still carry out services. We still have direct staff in the field. And it gets cumbersome sometimes when we don't have a partnership that people really understand from the grassroots level, chapter level. The partnership agreement. It doesn't get translated in some forms. And so we do a lot of education in that sense. And I do support, I would like to see, that's the first I heard, the Gaming Distribution Fund. That I would like our senior programs project specialists to really look at that, and we can do some research on that, and maybe we can come back with some deliverables for you, Delegate. So, And, you know, we've been to the chapters, we've talked to the chapters. It gets difficult at times. I think, you know, this issue we had with, a couple years back, my understanding is Tuba City chapter kicked out Head Start. Now, if you look at your packet, you'll see the Head Start facilities piece in there, and you can go to District 5, and in that you'll see some of the issues that are pertaining to the Head Start district office and the classroom. There was a mole. Mole is present, black mole, so we had to immediately vacate that building. We also noticed that there was a roof replacement needed there. It also needs a new playground, which OEH cited us with. And the communication that took place with Tuba City was a requirement or an objective for the former Honorable Delegate Jonathan Nez. Jonathan Hale, my apologies. Jonathan Hale. Okay, so he had communication with the chapter, and so the chapter was well aware of the situation with Tuba City Head Start and how to resolve some of those structural issues. To this date, you know, besides waiting for chapter's response or assistance and such, we went ahead and reached out to Tuba City Unified School District, and we struck up a contract with them for 5 classrooms. And in that, we're still waiting today. We got as far as a MOA, and we're waiting a W-9 and a debarment. But for some reason, the school district didn't want to submit those documents. So we waited almost a whole year trying to get this service going. In the meantime, we're, you know, all of Western Agency, because of those centers, all the way up into Inscription House, the NOS group up there under Delegate Herman Daniels, all of these facilities are facing major structural dilapidation and such. And so we've moved services to home base and such. And, and so through that process, we've had a difficult time trying to find centers or location classrooms. And so through this, I support that notion that, you know, if Head Start could have access to owning our buildings, maybe that might be a game changer. I think if we start moving into that concept of owning our buildings, this falls under the case statement we have from Department of Diné Education, in which we are looking at an SEA movement. We're also looking at early Head Start and Head Start facility, lifelong learning educational system development at a tune of $450 million. So these are some visionary plans that we're looking at on how to address. Maybe one day Head Start can operate our facilities. Head Start is a self-contained organization within the tribal system. We have our HR, we have our finance, we have our transportation, we have our facilities, we have our IT, we have just about everything to run like a SEA. And so I think that begs the attention that we should be given that ability to seek maybe even outside funds. Head Start and Doty create a for-profit arm, you know, within the reasons of tribal law, that we should be able to have access to accessing additional funding. We are constantly looking for funding. I'm looking at Arizona and New Mexico legislation and always monitoring the bills that come across. New Mexico seems more progressive in helping Navajo communities, and so we're chasing after new facilities for 34 centers on the New Mexico side. Arizona ADE, they're not very receptive in some cases, and sometimes, you know, when we ask the secretary and we ask for the early child care education division, for example, what kind of funds are happening. They don't really share that information. And maybe just the legislature don't make that a priority for the 0 to 5 clients here in Arizona. So I support the Head Start looking into the gaming distribution fund. The teacher that's paying for rental, that I just asked our Director of Education. We haven't heard of anything like that from that situation. I believe we have a person, Rose Nez. She's the SRC out in that area, and you know, we have SRCs that also help teach because, you know, I'll be honest, Delegate So and Dr. Nez, it's hard to find bus drivers. It's hard to find teachers. It's hard to find paras. And if you look at Head Start's vacancy lists, I think we're about 80, maybe even 79, 80%, not even that. I'd say about 72% filled. And so that's one of the areas that was brought up in our corrective action plan. And so we'll go ahead and share those OEH plans with you, Delegate So, or the responses to OEH. One thing in that area, delegates, HESC members, we have, I think, a jurisdictional issue or something happening here. There's OEH, there's IHS, and then there's NOSHA. They all operate under different regulations. And sometimes Head Start gets beat up because of that. We have IHS that comes in and cites us for one reason, which OEH just inspected and didn't cite us. And then we have, you know, NOSHA or somebody coming in saying the same thing. And it was NOSHA that came in under Raymond, what's his name? He came in from risk management, NOSHA, and shut down the Tuba City Center because of that black mold and some the roofing issue and such. And so we've had Mr. Hale visit with chapter officials on those issues pertaining to Tuba City, and I think he tried wholeheartedly to get Tuba City chapter administration, the chapter, to sign the inter-office space usage agreement. And just because chapters signed that IOSUA doesn't mean they're going to pay. Some of these chapters say they don't, they'll fill in that blank in there and say zero. They're going to contribute $0. And so when we get that back, we look at it and we're like, oh, we have to pay 100%. And so when that happens, then we try to pay. And because the facility sits on a chapter grounds and the electricity runs on a different pattern, we can't pay that invoice because it's in the chapter's name, for example. And then we ask the chapter, give us the invoice, but they can't change the name because they're set up with Arizona's APS. APS won't allow them to change the name, so we're stuck. And then the chapter has no money to pay anything, and we're sort of forced. And sometimes, Delegate So, chapters or Head Start centers get closed because we can't deliver propane, we can't pay electricity bill, and so these are some of the areas. And you're right, they're different legislations. Maybe they all need to be overhauled. And between community development, education, even social services, CCDF, and why not bring in BIE, FACE program, yeah. It doesn't come across, and they only have a few FACE programs, but they run millions and millions and millions of dollars. And so that's just some ideas we have here. In addition, you know, working with the school districts, we pay a lot of money. We pay a lot of money to these school districts just to occupy centers. And it hurts to see almost maybe $2 million, $3 million being paid to school districts to give us space because there's no space in the communities, yeah. And we understand that the challenges, the chapters as local governance, they're on restricted budget, you know, they have conditions, some are certified, some are not. And then the tribal operations and the funding, you know, when I went out and met with 5, 6 different chapters in Tuba City, or Fort Defiance, Crown Point, and Chinle, all those chapter managers said the tribe doesn't give us money. So we can't pay you, we can't help you in this agreement. If we got more money, then yes, we can do it. And so that's another area, a challenge that we have to deal with. So some answers, Delegate So, that I have brought up to our federal project officer and the ACF director and HHS is how can HHS and ACF allow that threshold, that 250,000? How can they increase that for us? We had a conference this past week and I met with Todd Rothenjul Rule. He has a difficult name to mention. He's the director for Region 9, yeah, or Region 11. And so he said he can look into it. He's going to look into it with HHS and ACF and see how they can increase our threshold. Of course, we understand Office of Head Start and ACF. They're going to turn around and say, Head Start, you have some carryover funds. And Head Start, by the way, is allowed to carry over funds. Remember, we operate in a 5 grant year period, yeah. 5 years. So we've had carryover funds from the first year and the second year. So as these move across, we have to budget those accordingly. There's even talk that they're trying to say, okay, how do we prioritize using those carryover funds for some of the renovation? Well, we can do that, but I think the past 2 years, a lot of our money went into COVID reaction and supplies and things like that of that nature to help operations keep moving. You have to remember in 2021, my job as interim was to bring staff back. That was President Nez's directive. In August 2021, Head Start, nobody was working there. There was only a few people. Everybody was still on telework and such. And so my job was to bring everybody back in and start the building process. And so in defense of Head Start's corrective action plan, we've had to catch up the past 2 years because of the closures and such, okay? And we can get that to the corrective action plan. And so we're asking for an increase for R&M funds. There's ACF has a form. It's called Form 1303. We can apply for facilities in that manner, just like CCDF. But they're not going to replace 10 facilities at $5 million a pop. I'm asking for 85 facilities at $5 million construction value, and that's $425 million. So Form 1303 is limited to a small amount, maybe no more than $5 million. But do we want to create and put modular buildings out there again? I think our children deserve permanent fixtures, permanent buildings that they can be proud of, and the students and the community can be proud of. I'll, for this moment here, in Delegate So's response, I'd like to have Ms. Marinito address the carryover and the $6.4 million.
Good afternoon, HEHSC Committee Chair, Vice Chair, Dodie, staff, thank you. For Honorable So's question in reference to the $6.4 million, we're on a 5-year grant, we're on our 3rd year. So back in 2020, what happened was—
This is on Delegate James, I'm going to interrupt. Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Renee Marinito. I'm the Director of Finance for Navajo Head Start.
Thank you.
We're on a 5-year grant cycle. Prior to the start of the 5-year grant cycle, the prior 5-year grant was extended 1 year. And in 2020, we tried to carry over the balance of the 6.4 million for cash match. However, we weren't allowed to. We weren't even given a memo from OOC to indicate that we couldn't do that. We had to work through our attorney. Our attorney had to work with OOC's attorney. And OOC's attorney said, sorry, it's going to go back to the UUFB. So Head Start's potential balance remaining of 6.4 million, which is a little over 2 million, went back to the UUFB. And that UUFB for the following fiscal year was redistributed back into that comprehensive budget. So we never got to use the remaining balance, and we were going to use the remaining balance for facilities, and we were going to use it as part of the cash match, because in the legislation, it indicated that we could use the entirety of the 6.4 as cash match. However, OOC reverted that money back to UUFB in that essence. So that's my response for Navajo Head Start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Marinito. And moving on to Honorable Delegate Nez, Dr. Nez's questions. Through the budgetary process, supplies are normally ordered. This is another problem we found this past year. We need a warehouse. We need a big warehouse, and we've been searching high and wide. I've reached out to J.T. Willie when he was at Economic. They had a warehouse that's just been sitting there. Never got a response back from them. We even thought about moving Head Start operations into Gallup, New Mexico, because we can, rent a larger space. Right now, the current space we occupy is the old Firestone building next to churches, and I believe we've reached our occupancy capacity of 25 people. We've had 3 outbreaks of COVID among staff in the past 2 months, and so we're constantly on edge. Though we do have air scrubbers and such, we do have the cubicles, COVID is still active in the communities and in meetings and such. So, to address that, we need a big warehouse. We have, what are they? Containers. We have these containers that are connexes. They're an eyesore. They're an eyesore in the community where we store our supplies and such. And so we try to create a process where we can get supplies delivered in a timely manner. And again, sometimes, staff, as Delegate Simonson had mentioned, maybe some staff are not well trained, even though we think they're trained, and they sign in and they sign out for these training programs. And so, and then at the same time, in our fiscal process, it gets difficult when an order comes in from Education Services and it sits there, and then we have to go through Ms. Marinito's shop because she's shorthanded. She only has, 4 people? 4 people helping her. She's supposed to have 7 or 8 people in there. But we can't find an AMS, for example, qualified person to help in that capacity. So sometimes some of these supplies are held up in that manner as well too. And then we also have to be cognizant about the type of supplies that we get and how it's stored out in the field. Again, the district offices, they need a storage center there. And even the classrooms, they need a storage center there. because we have to, you don't want chemicals laying out and the OEH coming in and citing us because children have access to that. Your second question, Delegate Nez, is in the 20 findings of the CAP, that's an old corrective action plan from 2017, 2018. And it was then sponsored by, I believe, Delegate Hale at that time. And it was an internal audit to look at how Head Start services, the very same questions you're asking, delegates, today here. How is Head Start operating? Why are things not being, why is the loop not closing? And so these 20 audit findings, they range, from enrollment to infrastructure, IT, to partnership agreements and such. And so to answer that question, what accomplishments are one significant is probably the updated policy and procedures. These policies and procedures were not updated since 2011. Is that right? 2011. So Head Start had been operating on outdated policies and procedures. It's so hard that we updated these policies and procedures and they were delivered to the centers. We still have staff that are hanging on to the old policies and they don't want to let go of that, for example. And so that is one of the accomplishments. There are a few others. I think, Dr. Billy's recruitment team, the HEHSC members, we went from what, Dr. Billy, 400 students to 900 within the pandemic. I mean, just, active. I shouldn't say 400, maybe it was a little less than that, but they've come a long ways to trying to meet that 1350. Early Head Start, we are at capacity. We met the 35, but as far as Head Start, and speaking of recruitment and campaigning, we have lost a lot of our students to state programs. Public school Head Start programs. The state started issuing funding for public schools. So now, Chin Lee, for example, Dr. Quincy Nate, approached me and said, we are in competition. and that's what it is today. It's a competition. Head Start, because of the closures, because we had the strict Navajo Nation pandemic law that we couldn't congregate. All these schools that came back out of the pandemic, they couldn't even test their end-of-year testing because Navajo had a strict COVID policy. We finally started loosening up those policies. Schools started bringing their students in. And so by that time, we lost a lot of Head Start parents and Head Start students to the pandemic, to public schools. And even our parents, because of the economic disparities that exist in our communities, there's no job. They've moved away. They moved off the reservation. In the office that I manage, the Office of Educational Research and Statistics, our enrollment used to be at 92,000 Navajo students. We are at 78,000 today. So we've seen a lot of movement and loss of children from 0 all the way even to 20. But Dania College's enrollment's low. Navajo Tech's enrollment is low. And so that's number 2. Chapter accessibility. There's a number of chapters, and you'll see it in your listing, in that facility listing. You'll see which chapters have signed the IOSUA. I don't know the names right now, but there are, like Standing Rock chapter. Do you know what they did? They went out of their way and they built their new facility. I think they acquired it from New Mexico State, right? And then Jimmy Johnson and his crew out there, they created this Head Start Center. But guess what? In our child find, they have no children. I cannot put a full staff out there. I think we just did another assessment, so they may have enough children to attend there. This is where we have to look at Head Start, and then we can open up early Head Start. But in our plan, because we identify Head Start centers, we have to amend the plan and transition that Head Start that we close and move it to an early Head Start program. Then we can adjust the funding. Of course, that requires more money and more sophisticated equipment that the early Head Start students need, 0 to 3 or prenatal to 3, okay? And so off the top of my head, I cannot really say which chapters are supporting us 100%. I know there's a couple of chapters that pay 100%. We presented the new IOSUA, the new agreement, and they took it, and they passed it, and they pay everything. And it's not a problem for them. I sometimes think maybe it's a chapter issue. The chapter doesn't manage those funds or prioritize those funds appropriately for their constituents. And I think education should have a tag or a branding that it's important. It's important far beyond economic development. You cannot have any of those without education. So I think you're right, delegates. That, you know, that cut at the top, that's a great idea, to give education, because without Navajo, anything to happen in Navajo, we need education. And that's one of the big topics that I talk about in the communities and such, and with other division directors, that education is key and foundation. And then you can start talking about all these community social developments. And so does NHS have the capacity to operate in a fiscal year? Yes, we just had a conversation with the regional director. He is game to look into that. We're supposed to convene and discuss this movement. We had a discussion with the executive leadership team, which are the 3 directors. We want to move the program year, January 1st to December 31st, for example. We did look at following the tribal system, but guess what? The tribe does their closeouts too. We've been subject to delays in our budget transfers and supply ordering, just crazy things like this, that the system gives priority to the closeout of general funds first. Then they address the federal funds. And it's usually after. We have OSERS, we have ODY, we have JOM, we have Head Start, we have scholarship that all get federal funds. And sometimes these are delayed because we're not given that priority. And I understand OOC and ONB, they're short staff. They're short staff. There's only one person handling federal programs and one person handling general funds, for example. And yes, they rotate them out. Maybe they assign a temporary, but that's not enough. So I think they need some advocacy for help as well too. And so yes, we've been looking at that, Delegate Nez, what's most effective. And I think what we came out to was January 1st to December 31st. That might be an appropriate period to move the program. And it's a simple process. We just make an amendment and we adjust, we make the requests, and then the Office of Head Start and ACF HHS will adjust our NOA. And at the end of the year, they'll give us a smaller budget and then move us into the next bigger budget for the adjustment that we have. And so as far as bus drivers, same thing. There's not a lot of bus drivers out there, folks. There's not a lot of bus drivers. And if there are, they have violations. They don't have very good track records. Maybe they have issues or recertification issues that they have to deal with. And we pay for that in Head Start. We allow them to go out and get their training, get recertified. And we try to keep them updated on their requirements for driving. And so we wanted to create a teacher pool, we want to create a para pool, and we want to create a bus driver pool. And it's very difficult. We have bus drivers, the few that exist, they live in Tuba City, but the positions are open in Crown Point. There's no housing for them, and the pay is low. You get my drift. Chin Lee, Fort Defiance, you know, they have to drive an hour to work, or hour and a half to work, just to drive or make a bus run in a local community in Bahale, south here of Jones Ranch area. You know, it gets difficult to find people like that. And so bus drivers, we're trying to create a pool. And then on top of that, the certification level, we cannot deviate from state standards as well too. Federal and state standards, we have to uphold some of these. We even had the discussion that why can't Navajo certify our own teachers? Why can't Navajo certify our own paraprofessionals? Why can't Navajo certify our own bus drivers? Why can't Navajo certify our own administrators? Why do we have to go to a university and do it over there, or go to the State Department, MVD? Why can't we do it here? Why can't Navajo create that type of platform that's self-sufficient and self-supporting in that manner? So, Delegate Nez, I hope those answered your questions. And thank you. Chair?
Yeah, Donna, thank you very much, Mr. Tracy, for the response. Ado Shanat Ano Kliniki Kodo HEHSC committee members. Da Ado Kedo, you guys stated your questions and you stated your comments. So with that, I don't have anybody in the lineup. I just want to give up my chair for a while to Vice Chair Simonson while I ask some questions in regards to Navajo Head Start. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the gavel to Vice Chair Simonson.
Chair.
Yes. Who's that? Oh. Okay, Honorable Unito. Do you have a question,
Yes,
Mr. Unito?
I got a constituent, a chapter vice president. I'd like her to ask a question to Mr. Tracy, if that's okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back to a question was asked by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, and it was in regards to the position of the Assistant Superintendent for Head Start, and I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Begay to respond to Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Unito. Hold on. Dr. Begay, the floor is yours.
Jo here, okay. Jo ya te ni ki dishni dole ade shinat ano shleni shinat ani honorable members of the HEHSC committee. Thank you for giving us the time here. Shay Harold Begay in Shige touch in slow this ado to the chi ne. I should chain look at it that should say. Ado na quite net that's another. The best in the net with Hasatala and Ache, and Halchin, Nalikin, it's all Kalo. You see, Nashade, Ton Nestas, they are the Hania. I've been working here for a year now, roughly a year. Trying to do what I can with the education system. Honorable, again, Dr. Nez, the selection of the Assistant Superintendent for Navajo Head Start. Interview panel. They selected one, and we had 5 applicants. One withdrew. These were applicants referred to us from Department of Personnel Management. So one withdrew, and another one wanted to reschedule later at some point down the road. And another wanted an interview online, virtual interview, and we said no to the online virtual. And then the one who wanted to reschedule at some point later on, we said no. A date was given to all of them, and only 2 showed up in person, and the interview took place. and a selection was recommended and made, and the offer was made, and the person selected will get back to us this week. They said either, what's the day, Tuesday. So the person selected will get back to us this week whether they will accept the offer or not. So again, on that question, Honorable Dr. Naz, a selection was made. Though I don't know if anyone had another question, I'm not sure. I just want to very quickly mention, Honorable Chair James, if I may. Thank you very much. On his since as I listen, and ado let ani adi o what be dinekai Head Start or what in his since everything has really begun to face very serious challenges. Honorable members of HEHSC and the council, the other has Aisha Hogan da Chidita or you Hogan Dinaka da see now Tida Haleho. I did ala Quajo and Dol Nil. No. George, you see, and Lenigi, the foundation for any of that is money, peso, revenue. As I look at our whole Navajo Nation, what kit, $11 billion investment, people's money, there's the investment advisor. I understand, I don't know if they're still the same, RVK, investment advisor for the nation for $11 billion, that people's money. ROI, return on investment. We don't know how much the nation is getting back. Off reservation, I tried to divide $11 billion by our population, 405,000 people. My laptop didn't have the number, that couldn't calculate that number, so I gotta get a better a calculator to do that. I was trying to see how much each and every one of us, Navajo people's money, it's just not sitting there. People borrow our money, and that's where they pay back. Whoever's watching the money, the interest money goes back to them out of that. I don't know how much is forward back to the Navajo Nation. I say this because my background is in finance, school finance, and economics and taxation. The $11 billion on the nation's financial assets. But like I said, the people, whoever's watching our money, they lend money out. All this we really need here the council. You need financial advisors on the here need scholarship. I want to make a priority for our scholarship money in financial management, our own people. I want them to go into finance. What a bit transparency, what a bit benadol kidole. Then hit the charge got. koniki kwache it to la honne that the ane kut yan so da was be la da peso the great o should I use our people's money okta o hotel kwa ni john do I see beaten no e ni dishni do and I want to put forth some recommendation for the council on all of this and to help all of you and really to help our people. And I see John hidden about and about date and about Hajan Ado Quella Nitliniki Conne or one says Kiesok at the Hashtag ki Hogan Lakut Ella Quabanaho she Lahadoni Lashit Sha da San John or that it Sa Debe or Vanilla was your Hogan. No, the good son, but seal go eben natural arts on that born there, arts on that born there, what that a call a so good, and he'll shine slate or less on so there on single in addition to this, my honorable delegates. Oh, let me mention the report, my the report in Yagi. There's a page in there, home language use preschool, home language. The pages should be paginated. I could refer you to that page number. Hoga has ein gachin han sokala anhin hizachoyol. Ado han sokala hoga has ein anhin hizado belgan bazachoyol. Ado tcha gune e han sokala hoga has ein di belgano bazachoyol. Ako na de kidone neil ka ko ebka han sokola an hoga has an hin hizachoyos little over 1%. Ado han sokola hoga has de an hin hizado belgano bazach choyos. It's around 28%. Adohan Sokola Hoga has Belgano Bazad Echoyos 72%. Ada dol dos Nikia all el Nikia na Nihin Antkin Be Haika. And I want to see figures like this trend 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You can make projections. Nasco, de des Congo des ego. The I station also, Belgando Bazade chul indolet Hogan has ango. Japan ye Belgando Bazade chudel hatne. Akut Belgando Bazachuyos or a ultra. Dobanant adoler. The ne what anhilhanne. Yan. Nikalchen Belgana Bazachuyos, all Trajibda Ilnin, at the Waslebe, a Kate that didn't let a Kohela, the hotel, Nikilhalne. We're being misled. A Koe, the Waslebe, Nadol, Kido, Kodo, a to Ninanish Nilzene, a Vajo, Ben not need Kindole. Could but it's alarming. I see at least out there. It's not understand
Okay, thank you, Dr. Begay, for your response and then your comments. And then in regards to questions to the Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and then Honorable Otto So. And so thank you. In regards to question, I'll go ahead and give the gavel over to our Vice Chair, Simonson. So with that, my question is in regards to the binder that you guys provided us. And so my first questions are going to be, how are you addressing those centers that are with low enrollment for fiscal year 2023. You've had this experience in the past, as the data information that you provided indicates. Some has tremendous drops of enrollment. So you probably have your reason, but you know, there's some interesting data documents that you have provided to us, and those centers that are in low enrollment, Ninah Nizad, Red Mesa, San Juan, Church Rock 1 and 2, Crown Point 1 and 2, Little Water, Nahadeshki's, Pueblo, Bentado, Red Rock, Smith Lake, Torreon, Theroux, Cornfields, Ganado, Jedito, Kentlichi, Lupton, Sawmill, St. Michael, Steamboat, Tohatchi 2, Sayato, Blue Gap, Cottonwood, Del Muerto, Low Mountain, Mini Farms 1 and 2, Rough Rock, Dinahozo, Inscription House, Kayenta 1, Loop, Navajo Mountain, Rock Point. I ask these questions because when I reviewed this listing, some of these communities are highly populated or have a high numbers of housings within those communities. What is it that's going on, or what is it that's not happening at Navajo Head Start? And let me use this as an example. For instance, like Mini Farms 3, you have a high enrollment there, but then Mini Farms 1 and 2, when the center is located in the same vicinity, you have low enrollment for those two centers. And another example that I like to use is Old Jato. Your Old Jato is way out there on the western portion of the Navajo Nation, and you have your enrollment there with Old Jato, where there's no housing development, there's no NHA housing there, but yet you have your high enrollment there. And so I just want to get a figure out from you guys of how this is happening, or what is it that's happening in regards to corresponding to a lot of these facilities. Just like on Church Rock 1 and 2 and Crown Point 1 and 2, those are highly populated communities that you have on your listing, but yet still we still have a low enrollment in those communities. And so my next question is going to be in regards to what are happening with the students, to where students are not enrolled or the facility is closed. In this case, where are the students being located or relocated to for the community of Red Valley, two Gray Hills, Pine Dalles 2, Delicon, Tohatchi, Wide Ruins, and in your early Head Start. And so what are happening to those students? Are you relocating these students elsewhere, or is it more of on a home-based status, or are they just put on the waiting list and say, hey, the binder indicates the facility issue and we're not going to be able to provide you the service until the facility is corrected, because the next Head Start Center is several miles down the road, and then per the statute, the laws, we can't have a child on the bus for so many hours or for so long. Are you moving in that direction for these facilities? And on top of that, I also like to comment on who is the individual that addresses your agreements. I did recently have a meeting regarding the Cedar School District in Jedito. And I think this is where, Mr. Tracy, to some extent, I'm gonna disagree on your response to Honorable Nasby Gay, because, you know, with Jedito Head Start, that document by Cedar School District was sent back to your attention, to your office last year, that agreement. And when we recently had our meeting back in February, this last month, Cedar School District Superintendent indicated, I've been waiting for this document since last year in November. And as of today, I have not received any wording regarding that agreement. And so Jedito, Cedar School Superintendent had indicated in the agreement that, you know, you don't have to worry about facility rental fees, or you don't have to worry about broadband, because it's just a couple more students that we're adding on to the school district on the school compound to address those needs. And the school district has indicated, you know, here is the rooms, here's the classrooms, but we've been waiting for this agreement that we had submitted over to now for Head Start to the delegated superintendent. So when we have individuals and institutions that indicate that, then somewhere along somebody's lacking. And I think this is where you come in, Superintendent of School, Dr. Begay. How accountable are you putting your staff and addressing these issues, that they're accountable for their actions? And when it comes down to it, we sit here and talk about young Navajo children. The education is important, but sometimes, you know, we get this nice picture drawn out for us, but yet is it that nice picture that we're really following, or is it really the money that's driving us? The 2 week, the payments that we receive, our paycheck that we receive every 2 weeks, is that what's driving us? So somewhere along, something has to happen from your office, Dr. Begay, to address these needs. And if you're not going to come in and be more of that supervisory position, then say it to us as council. That way we can come back and indicate to you that we just don't have confidence in you. And so we need to address those issues and address those needs. And this is very bothersome because, you know, Cedar School's just like, you know, hey, we've been waiting since last year. And so how do we move forward with this? And they brought that issue to my attention, and that's how we resolved it within a short amount of time. Thank you to Dr. Billy and Ms. Begay, more of your educational section at Now for Head Start, for taking immediate response and action to meet with us at Cedar School with the superintendent and addressing the agreement issues, and then also touring the facility to eventually get Jedito Head Start running there in Jedito. So it was a great outcome, but you know, it had to be addressed. It had to be addressed to me in order for something to happen, and that shouldn't have been the case, because you guys were already addressing it, and it wasn't really being addressed from your staff. And so you really need to know this information. So those are some of the issues that I have, and if you can really come to the point of stepping up regarding accountability. And when I talk about accountability, I'm going back to your plan of operation of Navajo Head Start. You have listed in there in your Navajo Head Start plan of operation. And I know that eventually we'll get this information during the orientation that will be provided. We will provide some recommended dates to you to provide an orientation as an oversight. Also separately with the Department of the Net Education, we also have some dates that we would be forwarding to you. And it comes down to addressing the process and the flow of how you're addressing these concerns and issues that are brought up case by case at the local level. And in your plan of operation, you talk about your organizational chart. You talk about your oversight, your Board of Education and your HEHSC and DOTI as being your oversight. How much information are you receiving, Dr. Begay, from Head Start regarding these kind of information, concerns, and issues that are being addressed to us as the 25th Navajo Nation Council delegates and lawmakers of the Navajo Nation? You have your educational services that has come to a revamp of how we move forward with addressing our young Navajo students. And so with your educational services, what is it that is lacking to provide all of those materials for education to be up to power at the centers at the local levels? Are we strategizing to utilize some of those Head Start centers that are vacant as warehouses to supply the materials that are needed in the classroom? Or are we thinking around that vicinity area of addressing those kind of needs on trying to get those materials to the centers at the community levels? And then you have your financial portion of the program. And when you bring up the issues regarding financial, it's been an ongoing issue, and it's been an ongoing, continuing big problem of paying our Head Start staff. And as you, as the superintendent of school, Department of the Education, what are you doing as Dr. Begay? What are you addressing? How are you working with your staff to address that this does not happen again, that this should not continue to happen to our Navajo Head Start educators, staff? Because a lot of our Navajo Head Start staff, we know that they depend and live paycheck to paycheck. And when it comes down to it, if we're going to sit here and just say, hey, we're going to point fingers to Office of the Controller, you know, that we really need to try and stop that. And we really need to find some solution on how we're going to address that issue, because it has been a continuing issue for many years, for the past years now. And we keep hurting individuals, we keep hurting families that rely on their paychecks to put food on the table. Where is it lacking? What is the problem? And if you can share that with us, Dr. Begay, that would be very helpful. What is your plan on trying to address and fix this issue that has been on the table for so long? And moving on to your human resource section, your HR, your human resource, what is it that you are doing to re-amplify the hiring practice for our educators? What is it that you are doing as Dr. Begay, superintendent of school? What are you doing with your staff to streamline the human resource? Are you coming in as stating to Navajo Head Start to indicate, you know, we should do our own assessment, or we should do the broad spec of doing the personal action forms, the PAF forms? How are you working with DPM? And those are some of the big factors that come into play when it comes to payroll checks. And so what is it that you are doing as Dr. Begay, of Superintendent of Schools, to address that needs, working with your Navajo Head Start staff? Your next one is your professional development. Mr. Tracy brought up a great point in regards to professional development. What is it that you guys are doing as Department of the Education to address that needs, working with Navajo Head Start? How are you stepping up to fill those positions, those classroom teacher positions, those paraprofessional positions, those bus driver positions, your administrative staff positions? What is it that you guys are doing as a professional development piece for our Navajo people out there throughout the Navajo Nation? We have a lot of young individuals that are out there that want to move forward and accomplish many different things. You have a lot of parents within the Navajo Head Start programs that would like to seek educational opportunities. But what is your plan as Dr. Begay, Superintendent of School? How are you working with Navajo Head Start to address these needs regarding the professional development? And moving on, your technology piece. How is it that you're working on the technology piece to improve the broadband perspective coming from you as Dr. Begay of Department of the Education? What is it that you are doing to improve the technology piece for our Navajo young students? And when we ended up visiting Superintendent of School, the state of Arizona, Tom Horn, he had brought up an initiative and made it aware to the HEHSC committee that, you know, we are moving forward with adopting an Amazon Fire document, where it does, that document or that tablet does not require broadband. Are you, as superintendent, of the Navajo Nation Department of Education? Do you have certain plans to move in that direction? Do you have certain ideas to move in that direction for our Navajo children? And so those are some of the questions that I like to address with you as the superintendent of school of the Navajo Nation and the Department of Education. I really want to hear from you because I really want to know if you're collaborating and sitting down with your staff to be accountable, to make sure that these programs are being operated in the fashion of the way things are spelled out in the policies. And I'm just going back to your plan of operation that was adopted by the former 24th Navajo Nation Council, and that's what I'm going by, and that's where I'm getting my reference. And it's very interesting to hear a lot of this concerns and issues of how we're moving forward. I know we usually indicate that, you know, your staff, if you're a supervisor or if you're a superintendent, if you're a boss, if you're up in that upper management, your staff make you look good. And in this case, this is what's happening here before us today. And that's where we stand. And majority of the information that we are receiving from Mr. Tracy and then the staff from Navajo Head Start Central Administration Office, I commend them for putting in the time and the effort of providing this information to the HEHSC committee. But as you, as the superintendent of school, how are you collaborating this information? And what ideas are you sharing with them to move the program forward and to make some big improvements? And my last comment's going to be, when we had a legislation before us back in 2019, we had a legislation here before us that was in reference to $6 million from and allocating from the UUFB. And that $6 million, when that legislation was coming through council, there was enormous requests and there was enormous recommendations that were made by the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And you know that as a Navajo Head Start program, that $6.3 million that was approved and awarded to Navajo Head Start program, when that legislation was going through, a lot of the comments that were made was that we're going to make improvement in all of these different areas, which is in the educational service, which is in the financial portion, which is in the HR, human resource portion, the professional development technology portion. A lot of that was brought up. What kind of outcome has come to this far regarding that $6.3 million? And that's something that's very interesting. And through that process of that $6 million legislation that was brought before us, in that legislation, it indicated that you had over 300 staff. You had 300 plus staff. As of today, with the report that we received, it seems like you have less than 300 staff. And then when that legislation was going through, the $6.3 million legislation, it was also indicated at the time the enrollment was 2,105 students that were enrolled. As of today's report, it indicates that you have less students that are enrolled from that 2,105 enrollment. And then at that time, when that legislation was going through as well, it was also indicated that we have 90 Head Start centers. As of today's report, it has indicated that you have less than 90 Head Start centers. So again, as superintendent of school, what is it that you are doing and what is it that you are doing as the superintendent to address these needs that it continues to drop, but then in return we are asked, you know, this is the kind of funding that we are seeking and that we are lacking to address the needs to be fully up to standard with the policies, procedures, with the standards, with the CFR, with the so forth down the line. And with all my questions, Mr. Begay, I'd like to have you respond back to me and to the HEHSC committee in writing. That way it's more beneficial. That way we can have an understanding if we have another report like this somewhere down the road from Navajo Head Start of where you guys stand. And I would like to put a time frame in regards to your time response to my questions, and I would give you 30 days of response time to be written and provided back to me on Dr. Begay. You don't need to respond back to me today. I don't need any response to any of my questions, but I would more preferably, respectfully ask that it's responded to me in written, Superintendent of School, Dr. Begay. So please, I don't need no response. I just want the written response is what I'm requesting for. And thank you very much for thanking you and listening to me up to this far. So with that, Vice Chair, if I can have the gavel back, I greatly appreciate your service, Vice Chair. Vice Chair, are you on the line? Vice Chair?
This is your direct number, though, right? Yeah.
Vice Chair? Vice Chair Simonson?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm being disruptive.
Can I have
Can
the
you
gavel
repeat
back?
that again?
Can I have the gavel back?
Yes, you may have the gavel back.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I will go ahead and move on to the next delegate that wanted to ask question. I believe it's a follow-up from Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and then Honorable Helena Nez-Begay.
Thank you, Chair James. You actually had asked the question prior to acknowledging it. It was regarding the Assistant Superintendent. Thank you for answering the question that you had.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. With that, moving on, Honorable Helena Nez-Begay, Shade, follow-up question?
Oh, yeah. Konde hisens honzaje hon na holjish. I don't Ani, it's really frustrating. Especially if you've been out in the field as a Head Start staff. Ayo, it's really stressful. Up at the central office. I know this because I've been there. I started off as a preschool bus driver. As a teacher's aide, and then I got my associates and went up to a teacher. Because of everything that was going on with the Head Start, I left the Navajo Nation and went to work for the state. It seems like it was more smooth and things were moving faster. And I even took care of early childhood. I myself, I am a product of Head Start. My brother-in-law, my late brother-in-law, a teacher. I would hitchhike with him into Lachi, 21 miles east of Lachi. Bus and I was living out of the range of the school bus route. Nevertheless, that my mom go to ado itil khata konshe we ado shtinida that the scars and the beyond chide ta tende shik injit me hota a teacher in a staho na honada hot asha ultra hati the inste the nebezaden leni del sebehat see all touch it nash eltje. When I was 5 years old, kindergarten, she it ego ajit nash eltje. She the nebezabe yashtio o jini isanshi teacher in law the net etja hanaseho. So we needed kishus zane a belaganik etja yanltje ne shijino. Jobago belaganis bizat bohol a Nina, to this day, I don't encourage my grandkids to speak the Navajo language. Hada shibik eti ohiseni. Ahut ende the neck ep jibichi ashtile. Di donne endleshi yajes di bashin chin. Di dan che, di dan nada dishnile. Hashin tsago, shanala hastin, shanala issa, shama. Yena shanez taidi ya, di ji di shlelego. Shahas tweedo, ishi da londe elton yitsa anda isteo. Ako kote hol jishti kon, naha alchine bacho ba atadine. Base of Bahalo. It's ourselves, Benigeta Inolha. Sato, do oyo hachena halie dan the sato ahol hacho batle. Ahadet out the yin way oidos after jinson. Aqua sato hayal chijos inle. A lot of teachers are like that out there. Family da bchiyan na da deno da akho hashin sagoda chiyan bacho chisle. I went from a Head Start to a senior center supervisor. So early childhood shilbahosin Chiniyaje Bichiyatido Hait Ego Nantinide Yenjun got the dog Gatlide so doesn't believe Iho. A lot of my Head Start kids to this day Shitahi Raho Hoshilnile Yehet Miss Begay. You taught me very well. Here's my invitation. I'm going to graduate from ASU. I'm going to graduate from U of A. I'm going to graduate from SUU. I'm going to graduate from Stanford, Shidani. So you, the people of Head Start staff, all the way from the top to the bottom, to a cook, to a parent involvement in Dasanshi. You can make a big difference in a child's life. Ashini, you can say what you want to say to me, saying that it's not right. I'm not going to take it, but I'm still going to talk. Because where I came from, I know where I came from. So I wouldn't even talk. So Ashwanda. The Tanalia Head Start. I want those kids to go back into school. I'm working with a grant writer right now. Base of Shayo Kid. The building ever since I was told I started working on this grant. So I'm crossing my finger that they approve it. Laptop today. I'm exchanging words with them. Because I want those kids to come back into the Head Start Center. Yitahosa. Sitsuya Jahalo. Every day, Hashi Yenadina. I'm going to go to school today. No Hashi So that just thinking about her, I'm thinking about these children at my Tanalia's Head Start. That I want them to come back into the building to go back to school. She was beyond I had a little boy when I was a bus driver. Ata tasita hanshi hey ne ya hey yo go no hanshi tatkale. To this day, he's a manager at Page Burger King. Shilli ha alo aqua service shilli oh hi Miss McGay no lay that the loshle. Kevin, sit back of my car and sing to me with the schnittle. No, your husband's in there, shilli hanshi shake loshle. See, it takes you do at iya at shinabit nishta. It's going to take you a long ways. Hahashi. They're going to thank you for what you've done for them. I just want to share those words with you guys again. For giving me this time again. Thank you.
Here Don Shudder, Honorable Nesby Gay. With that, Honorable Don Curtis Unito. Follow-up question. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I was going to give a floor to one of my vice president from the Utah chapters to ask a question, but I guess you guys can't allow that. Hello?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Honorable Unito, we did receive that. Per the committee rules, it is only committee members that can ask the question. So what I would recommend to you is if you can get the questions from the individual and you ask the question for the individual. So that's a recommendation that I provided, that I will provide to you. If not, if you have no other questions, please state so that way we can move on and give the floor to Mr. Tracy to respond back to Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Mr. Yanito?
I'll go ahead and pass.
Honorable Yanito?
I'm going to go ahead and pass then. Thank you.
All right, Hakwashina, Hiyahadan Shatlan Ash, Honorable Yanito. With that, I will give the floor back to Honorable Tracy, to Honorable Helena Nesbigay's questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Delegate James, and also thank you, Anito, for your question. Maybe you can write that up and send that in, and we'll be more than happy to address the concern regarding the Utah Head Start or Utah locations for Head Start. In addition to the Tonalea issue is that when we received that complaint letter was more than a year old with some of the supply issues and such. Today, Tonalea is running. They have 20 children. That's their funded enrollment. And in that, Tonalea, we haven't had any complaints formalized, or Dr. Billy can speak to that on how the process takes place if there's a complaint or issue with supplies and such. Again, it goes back to Child Plus, the Child Plus system, and our staff being well trained on that. And right, and so we'll have Dr. Billy respond to that for Tonalea. And also, Chair, I'd like for her to address the low enrollment, the campaign for recruitment, and then also for her to address how the students are dealt with from the closed or relocated centers and how they're relocated and moved throughout the system.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Thank you very much. I believe the only question that I heard from Honorable Nesbigay was in regards to Tonalea. So with that, Ms. Billy, I will give you some time to respond back to Honorable Nesbigay in regards to Tonalea. Thank you.
For the record, Shay Rolanda Billy and Shia. Tanajin Slow and Habani Bashichin, Tislahni the Shache, Nanish Ejida Shinala, with Aya Saninishle. Ado, Kwaji Director of Educational Services, she did no Ajishinanishna. Auto quad Tonalia Bahnade Kit. Ya home base. Aja, they're being served under home base. It started out as a roof leak. No, eben na nalsosiahat le administrative services. Aja Head Start centers belta nas ano aja kida days Okukodo staff and linigi nalsos linigi da yilla. Big eho nail auto assess el naho ya hande flooring tile nado no ajib not days nishinde go asbestos oyo and nanos ni because of how old these buildings are. A lot of the times when the floorings were addressed by previous maintenance, they kind of just layered that flooring over one another. But when the maintenance technicians went in, they discovered that, you know, there's several layers to that, and they recommended to the administrative director that that building go through a thorough assessment before any more work is done to the facility. So as of right now, that's the status for Tonalea, is we're waiting for a complete facility assessment to be done so that it could determine besides the roof, the flooring, the suspicions that are with the flooring, and that it was also noted in a prior facility assessment that was done with the previous administration that that building was noted for replacement. So with that, in education services, a lot of the times, instead of just leaving the students out and disservicing them, what I do with my staff as we go in, we talk to the staff. Basically, case that's a bit the whole no. It's a bit not the kid. Then no, ya not so that's a bit or not eat or late auto. A sa na kid 1 hour and a half. That's about not that or late, but mother bejala had yancy case. Juk get nahal G shot sa mother ja I chetan home based services ahagan net but yahat or dasla do you danes and the quite a bankage in the hot ako a bail soid a kuba the altagi anni I nish jait a but the alt cotton double can daloy a chidil toy des masigi ako a crab bankage in the hot so that's for Tonalea. Auto and I really praise my staff, the teachers. Even though we have these disparities within the program, they do their best to make sure that the services continue. And if we can't run home-based services, what we do with our family services staff that's led by Ms. Juanita Martinez, she runs our family services unit, is they start to seek local resources. You know, a lot of the times the families will say, home-based don't habe. It won't fit our schedule. So pre-K program where you guys can refer us. So we try to accommodate them that way if they want in-person services. So that's how we're trying to accommodate our families right now. But again, with the issues with Tonalea and the fact that Child Plus is a system that we're trying to have the staff get used to, I'll go ahead and work and provide another training there for not just that center, but for our centers overall. Again, it's a cultural shift within an organization as huge as Navajo Head Start. It does take some staff that do resent the system and some that are welcoming of it. So we'll work through these issues and I'll do my best to communicate going forward. So those are the questions revolving Tonalea, and they are fully enrolled. 2020, and the last 3 years we haven't had any issues with them except this year. So a lot of our centers are like that. We can't really provide the services that we want because the facilities are very much dated. Thank you.
Thank you very much again for the response regarding Tonalea. And I apologize earlier, I did say Miss Billy. It should be Dr. Billy. I am so sorry, I apologize. Mr. Tracy?
Thank you, Chair. So in this should give you a picture about the seriousness of the facilities that we're dealing with here. I think that's should be the focus today is really, you know, this is what I'm telling people. And I talked to the superintendent, I talked to the board. We are going to face a budget cut. It's coming down the pipe. Although the feds, you know, we have a recession coming. That's what everybody's predicting, the federal government. And Congress has previously looked at the Head Start program. And these are some of the top level discussions we've had at the top where we are saying, how does ANAI Head Start Centers, AIAN Head Start, American Indian Alaska Native Head Start Centers, or what are they doing so that Congress knows that Head Start is still a viable program for child development? And so I think when we come to situations like this, one of the important factors is always having a good facility that children can learn from, and you know, to provide those type of community resources and such. Head Start is there to really empower parents, teach them about governance, get them involved in school governance so that they learn how to run through, operate or manage and participate in local parent committees. Then they can run for office at the Head Start Policy Council level. And hopefully they learn things such as Robert's Rules of Order. They have a better advocacy for their child's education journey. And that they can also, not only that, with our parent training programs through family engagement and such, which is under Dr. Billy's direction, is that we empower parents as well too, how to advocate for education, systemic reform and such. I mean, that's what it could lead to. In most cases, we see a lot of our parents disengage with their child's education. So Head Start serves a wide purpose here. And that's important as far as understanding how important it is to have the environment set up through the facilities that should be available by the communities. And I'm still telling people today, I've heard it before, you know, the chapters aren't funded very much. I'm not sure why, you know, the council or the president doesn't support chapters for these extra areas. I know aging is facing the same thing, CHR, Head Start. I'm a Head Start child as well too, from Greasewood, Lower Greasewood, Arizona. And so I grew up in the system. I've been a deputy director before. And, you know, when we start looking at facilities and we start working with schools, it's difficult to strike up contracts with them because they're always asking for money. And yet there are no facilities. And I think if you look at the community development assessment and their recent census, they did an economic study report. We have a lack of housing. We have a lack of facilities, infrastructure for government services and government infrastructure. And so these are some of the key issues, you know, at a bigger picture that I think it does affect Head Start operations. Head Start's just not by itself. It doesn't work like that. Maybe back in the 60s and 70s and 80s it did, and all the turmoil that Head Start has been through. But today, when we start looking at the accountability factors, they're already implemented in the Head Start performance standards. You know, and so we updated our policies, procedures. And so when we start looking at other areas that we want to look at, you know, like a good example is the Cedar. The Cedar issue didn't come up at all last year. The only thing they asked for was a data sheet. How Cedar presented the door was Salaga. We had a tribal consultation with Doty. Superintendent Salaga was new. Whoever the previous superintendent was out there kicked out Head Start from that little modular building on Jedito campus. Hence, Dr. Billy had to move her center from Jedito to Steamboat. And then the parents, just recently, about 4 months ago, sent a letter saying they were requesting to move the Steamboat 2, which is Jedito, back to Jedito. So during our tribal consultation, we sat with Superintendent Salaga, and he was brought in from Yavapai, down in that area, Yavapai County. And he took over Cedar-Fied Unified School District. And the whole board, I'm not sure why there was a turmoil between Head Start and
Mr. Tracy, I'm
Jedito.
going to do a point of order on you. Mr. Tracy, I requested that in writing. Respectfully, if we can retrieve that information in writing from Dr. Begay.
I will respond in writing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And then, if you have no other response, Mr. Tracy, regarding Honorable Helena Nez Begay? No response? Okay, with that, moving on to the next follow-up question. Honorable Toth?
Thank you, Chair. Members of HEHSC Committee, also staff. Ato Chair do Kurohatasi Jona. So I know there's a big problem. I think the next action we're going to do is probably introduce a legislation to do audit on the dinner education Head Start. Ato Board of Directors on Lenita. I think there's too many upper channel leadership that caused this whole thing. In the Hadishin Dakre, a Kodobaz and that Kodat and Dasla. Edibad is Sito, Juno, Ko, Behin Sinchla Ash, a Ko, Hot Allah, Hashin Tsuguba, Kons and Babakodanitsen. Na Edi Hot Abahadis Seko. Hala Nahot Ida Edia. So next thing to do is to audit the education, Head Start, doing that such a board of directors and Lenny. Ako end to Honda Kadaso, Halat Edolila, Joints and Join Yahota RLE, Eredish Kilto Ishida, Puron Hilhanansla. But Edolil, Chairperson. And thank you.
Go ahead, Honorable Toth, with that comment. Would you like to respond, Mr. Tracy, response?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Delegate Toth, and thank you, Chair, for recognizing. We have the 2017-2018 audit in your packet. If you look at that closely, maybe read that, and that might be what you're talking about. Some of these operational concerns are laid out in those 20 areas. So I would like detailed clarification on that request that may be coming back down. I would suggest the HEHSC look at the 2017-2018 audit, and maybe even have DOJ look at it and see how those clarify some of the questions that you're interested in here today that would cause for another audit. That's all.
Go ahead, Nana, for the response on Mr. Tracy. With that, Honorable Toth?
Thank you, Chair members. The one I'm asking probably have to do from here. What I'm talking about is the insight, not the financial insight of the education Head Start. It talks about budget and whatnot, so I'm not concerned about that. Where is the leadership in this area? Kono Eugene Aldo. Hashit in Tahat Ato, Hashit Tanis Jo I see Joanel Yoshi. AD so AD with Chair, thank you.
Here had Donna, the Honorable Toth for that recommendation. And as lawmakers of the Navajo Nation, you have that authority to make that request. Ishi Kudo, we'll get more clarification and then we'll sit down and discuss it more. And then we'll move forward in addressing that with the Department of the Net Education. I know in the packet we do have the Office of the Auditor General under Exhibit 1, the performance audit of Navajo Head Start, but I think what he's requesting is under the DOTI, Department of the Net Education portion. So, but we'll get clarification. Once we have that all situated and figured out, we'll submit the documentation, the notification to your office. So, any other comments, colleagues, committee members of HEHSC? If there is none, I will go ahead and call for a roll call vote to accept the report that was provided to us today. And it was motioned by Honorable George Toth, and then second by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. With that, if there's no questions, follow-up questions, if there's none, roll call vote to accept the report. With that, Honorable Helena Nasby-Gay. Helena Nasby-Gay. Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Honorable Toth. Honorable Yanito. Roll call vote to accept the report. Thank you, Mr. Yanito. With that, Honorable Helena Nasby-Gay to accept the report. Honorable Nasby-Gay. With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Again, thank you, Dr. Begay, Mr. Tracy, Dr. Billy, and the rest of DOTI staff and Navajo Head Start staff. Thank you very much for providing the report to us and providing a binder to us regarding all the different information of the centers throughout the whole Navajo Nation. God bless you guys, and you guys walk in beauty, and bless your hearts for the works that you guys do on behalf of our Navajo children. You guys are excused for today. Thank you very much again. With that, moving on our agenda, item number 6, old business, there is none. Item number 7, new business, there is none. Item number 8, we do have an announcement, and this would probably be the time that we would, I believe, ask Dr. Begay. I don't know which staff are going to stay in regards to our meeting with DOJ. So I don't know who's going to all stay. The 3 of you? Okay. So the 3 of you guys, and then with DOJ as well. So so with that, Ms. So with that, that's the only announcement. We do have a meeting right after we adjourn here with Department of the Net Education and Department of Justice that will be here in the council chambers. So with that, that's the only announcement that I have. With that, I do call for adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Honorable Toth, second to adjourn. Vice Chair Simonson, seconds. To adjourn at 3:12 p.m. Are there any questions? Any questions? If not, roll call vote to adjourn at 3:12 p.m. Honorable Helena Nasby-Gay. Honorable Helena Nasby-Gay for adjournment. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Honorable Toth. Honorable Yanito. So with that, Honorable Nasby-Gay, roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Dan Begay for adjournment at 3:12. With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, we do here adjourn at 3:12 p.m. Thank you very much, and like I said, please remember that we have a HEHSC meeting as well tomorrow at 10 a.m. And then we have a meeting after we adjourn here. So, good day with that. Thank you.